Shaw. You're going to be on two sponsor table, table 13, Craig Stroke Kingsley, in the auditorium. Carlos, where are you? Lashmash? Is the last Section 13, from Swanson, Dion Rawlings, and from Club Metro, Donna Archer. Don't be late to the aristocrat table, table 8. Section 14, from Otaki, Tris Rawati, and from Swanson, Jack Beards, Section 14. Tris and Jack, you are going to the Super Liquor sponsored table, table 10, here in the auditorium. From Section 14, representing Plymouth, Tyler O'Leary, representing the Tony Workerman's Club, Ray Smith. You are going to table 2 to the Gilmore sponsored table. From Section 14, going to Jim's Tournament Services sponsored table, Lucky Table 7. From Tauranga Citizens, Jennifer McLean. From New Plymouth, Andrew Watt. Jennifer and Andrew, we're going to table 7 here in the auditorium of the Jim's Tournament Services sponsored table. Is everyone out there got their hearings so far? So this is Tris. From Section 15, can I please have Jason Martin from City Club 2000 and Royce McKinder from New Plymouth. You're going to the dark side. To the New Plymouth sponsored tournament table, welcomes Jason Martin from City Club and Royce McKinder from New Plymouth. Going to table 2. That's right. Alright, and going to table 5, which is now the Mighty 10 sponsored table, and our TV table is now sponsored by New Plymouth Steel for our singles. So going to table 5, the one in front of me is now the Mighty 10 table. We welcome from Section 15, Rainey Holbert from Waikanae. And John Gregory from Old Town. Rainey and John are going to Region Battle to be held here in front of me at the Mitre 10 sponsored table. Anywhere out there. Timers, please come in and register if you can help us out with timing. That would be really good. No, this is no. Next available from Section 15, Colin Cameron and Cynthia Thompson. Standing by now from Section 16 will be Brian Ford and McIntyre. Sitting by will be the rest of Section 16. Stacey Thomas and Edmund Richards, and also Brad Cameron and Ken Streeton from New Plymouth. So next available is Cynthia Thompson and Colin Cameron, and standing by is all of Section 16.
I'll get it right this time. I see we've only got 23 odd viewers at the moment. Kelvin Dunlop there again. If I was talking to a friend of mine outside before, and he was saying that he had his volume right up and could still hardly hear me. Could someone make a comment on that, please? Is it hard to hear me? Because my voice travels pretty well usually.
Just about to hear you munching on your food. I'll be asking if you got any cast on teeth.
Craig's in a bit of trouble here. I don't know anything about John. I've seen him around, but I don't know his history at all. But I've been to a lot of tournaments over the years, and I think the last time I played Craig was in Hamilton, and he beat me 3-2. Thanks, Christy. I actually asked Kevin when I came back in here whether he could turn it up, but it's been on full the whole time. So obviously I was probably a little bit far away from it or something.
Just outside dribble distance. Saying it's much better, so
I'm pretty sure it was Craig Stymax and Wayne Tippett who was on earlier. One of our larger tournaments is the what we call the Coast to Coast, the Peers tournament, and I'm pretty sure they won it quite a few years in a row. Yeah. Died in a boating accident.
Spike Ingrid. Was it?
Yeah, years ago, I think it was Spike Ango and Mark Beveridge, is it? I think they held a few titles here too in the Coast to Coast. Like I said earlier, I've only been playing this game 15 years competitively, and it was before my time. I think they had a stranglehold on it. You should be able to get the 6 and a 2 here, and depends how well he plays it, whether he gets onto the 3 or the 1. May go that one, no, he's still going to Yeah, change the tune, go for the one now. Doesn't pay to leave the gate open for the one along the rail, but the 13's still going to be a hard ball. He may take this one slow and then block that one off over the corner. It's a fairly hard clearance, so he may play safety here. No. Obviously I can't read a table very well. Instead he's going to give away a combo. You should have listened to me. It was good thinking of Craig's, get rid of his worker over the whole of 15. I don't think he really minded whether the two went in or not, he still had a good shot. Put the 13 gently onto the one. Oh, not quite.
That leaning against the camera table. Told me he didn't have a very steady hand.
That was good thinking there. Still could have a problem on the black. Squeaked the 13 a little bit too far. This is since we've been going, since you rebooted it.
Back up to 30.
He didn't have many put choices there for shot, but it probably couldn't have been worse for him in some ways. Similar to that shot, it couldn't have been worse. I actually thought he might run the 4 down into that corner. I'm pretty sure that's how I would have played it. No, what a shot. What a shot. I'd feel guilty if I was him because I've never ever floundered one. That one? Given? That one? The Craig. He won't be that happy with that shot. I'm pretty sure he was trying to get on the 4. He's not a bad lead, fairly safe. Well, he's got a 14 in the centre. Certainly not a gimme. Won't be happy with that, I wouldn't think. Well, he's got the fine cutter of the 9 to the centre, or even 12 to centre. Nah, he'd be going a fine cut. It's a good shot because there wasn't much room past the 11.
Stick him on for a sec. That's what I'm talking. You get an idea of how loud you are.
was a good shot. You'll be in two minds here, whether to slow roll it or go up and down. Probably hoping to stop himself on the 15, but if he misses the 13, it could be all over because Craig's got a good worker there to 4 to get back up the other end. Just nick the 4 in and it should be all over. Wasn't expecting him to miss that. He had good angle on the one to get onto the black. It's a little bit straight, but he shouldn't have too much problem getting on the black. Yeah, well played. So.
Gives you an idea, doesn't it?
Yeah. Craig won't be happy with that result because I'd say Craig's probably top seed, and so John would be the 6th seed in that section. And to go down 3-1 on your first one, I just hope I don't do that tomorrow morning. I might have to have a talk to Don that's doing the tables now and tell him to put that pad in the other hand so it gives his broken thumb a bit of exercise. Got to harden up. What's wrong with him? Oh, that's better. He heard me. That'll be good for the broken thumb. By doing that, it saves him and I a hell of a lot of work in the morning preparing the tables. We were here about 7:15 each morning, and I think it was 9:15 last night I left. And it's a long day, and you don't want to be coming in at 7:15 in the morning and having to get a heap of chalk off the cloths, and then plus I iron them all. I do all the ironing. You might have seen it on the screen at some stage. Some of you might have seen me with the iron. It's about a metre long iron, and it does probably half of the tables with it. They have the 18. Whereas the old irons, which were probably a third of the length or less, you could only do about 3 and you had to heat it up again. I got a young fella just walked in beside me. What's your name, young fella? Not Jack Beggs, is it?
Yep.
How you going so far? Have you played any?
Yeah, I played my first one.
You might have to speak up a bit.
Yeah.
They've been having trouble hearing us this morning.
Yeah, I won my first one, but yeah,
What was the score?
3-0.
3-0?
Yeah.
Well, you can't do much better than that, can you?
I mean, I could, but
Well, I hope they're all skunkings, were they? Left them with 7 balls each time.
oh no, he had a chance to clear it, just made a mistake, and yeah, got lucky.
Yeah, I've sort of noticed over the last 2 or 3 times, I've only known you 2 or 3 times, and I've seen you play 2 or 3 times, and I've noticed if you miss, you sort of don't get another chance against you. You're not really fair, you young ones.
Yeah, I might have to start being a bit nicer, eh? Especially to you, Calvin.
Not if you're leaning off Calvin.
I saw a shot there before that someone played and they floundered it. You've never heard of me floundering one, have you?
Nah, never. You always just clear them.
Oh, I played a terrible one yesterday in the pairs. The opponents, they had the 1 ball right over the hole, the 3 ball right over the hole, sitting right by the 1 ball. The black was in front of that, and only a short distance away was our last ball, the number 9 ball, and the white was only a short distance away from the 9 ball of ours. And I said to my partner, "What do I do with this?" And he said, "Oh, well, what can you think of?" I said, "I can actually blow all 4 of those out, 3 of those out. They're 3 and they're 1 and the black." And he said, "No, you can't. You'll pot either the 3 or the 1. I said, "No." I'd had a good look at it, and I said, "No, I can get them all out without potting their ball." And he said, "All right, then go for it." So I smashed hell out of it. There 2, the 1 and the 3 ended up on the rail. Somehow our 9 went in the centre pocket, and I was left right up the other end of the table with the black on the rail as well, and I managed to run it down, put it over the hole. They potted 1 of the 3 balls that were left, missed the second one, and my partner potted the black. So, yeah, it was a sort of a fluke.
Sure, I heard that story yesterday.
Oh, yeah, like Kevin said, I probably heard that story yesterday. You'll probably hear it again tomorrow and the day after too. My memory's not that bloody good.
Good game here, Peter Cooksley and Riley O'Donnell.
What, how'd you go in the pairs, okay?
Oh no, we lost in the last 32 to Brent and Blake. And then we lost our second game in the flight.
Did you enjoy it? That's the main thing.
Yeah, it was good fun. Yeah. Bit disappointed, but yeah, that's cool.
Well, no one enjoys losing, but you've got to take it on the chin.
Yeah, it's cool anyway.
Worth getting a haircut for.
Over the years, the ones that I've sort of spent a lot of time with, and I wouldn't call it coaching, but spending thousands of hours with them on the table, all of them absolutely hated losing. Do you hate losing, Jack? Do you hate it internally? I notice you don't show it, but do you really hate it?
Yeah, definitely.
And I feel as if you have to have that killer instinct, absolutely hate it. Like, I used to hate watching John McEnroe smash his tennis racket into the court when he got a bad line call and things like that. And I don't agree with it in pool when they bang their pews on the table or whatever.
Coffee in the thing. Can you fill that, please? Cold. It's absolutely.
Well, I must be the only one working around here because the coffee urn, I've just been told it's empty. So, and no one can put water in it?
Commentating coffee, what more do they want you to do?
You carry on, Jack. I will go and fill the urn. That urn has cost me a lot of problems. There's been 3 call-outs to the fire brigade because someone turned it up high and there was steam pouring out and set off our alarms. And the fire brigade had to come here 3 times before they worked out what the problem was. No, you... Oh, go on. Don't eat my minute.
Nice open table here for Peter to have a chance to clear.
Nice shot.
Lincoln and Rachel. Your table is ready. Speedy Lincoln's right here. Going to table 14, Steve Science on the table. Rachel, for you. Coming. And we'll wait for you.
Unlucky.
Next available, Gordon Gibson and Brian McCarthy. Standing line now, Craig Ford and Joe Bishop. Sitting live, section 21. Everyone knows these are best of 5 exams.
Unlucky.
We'll be back.
Nice shot. Unlucky there on the 12 though. I mean on the 2.
On standby, Craig Ward and Joseph Bishop. Graham Mitchell, Sean Richards, Noel Hussey, Luke Ford, Stephen Matthews,
Unlucky.
to table 5, we have Craig Ward and Joseph Bishop. That's Craig Ward and Joseph Bishop to table 5. Next up, Sean Richards and Graham Mitchell. Then Fiona Kingy, Steve Matthews, Luke Ward, Noel Hussey.
Riley leaves the free ball here, and probably the 14, don't you think? Yeah.
To come down for either the corner pocket near JD, well Peter, or the one up top.
Oh, he's going for it. So does Peter do coaching with you very often, or?
Jimmy does his usual training on Thursdays, but Peter, he helps.
What's happened while I've been away, Jack?
Nothing really.
Oh,
just
righty.
a few free balls. Yeah. Did you fill up the coffee thing? Can I go get a coffee?
You
now?
know what? The woman that came and told me, she run me a club, and I got there, filled up our large jug, which holds about probably 5 or 6 litres, get there, lifted the lid off, and it's half full anyway, so
Oh, this guy.
perhaps she didn't turn the tap on properly, I don't know.
Riley Mr. Black.
Riley, I watched him at the Nationals at the Mount, and he was playing Daniel Wilkinson, I think, in quarterfinals, and he was worried about him, naturally, because of his name, the Wilkinson name, and I said to him, don't play the player, play the table. Doesn't matter how good they are or how big a name they are, just get on there, play your normal game like you would on practice tables, and forget about the player. And then that's what you got to do. And he beat Daniel, and I can't remember what the score was, but he beat him, and he got into the last 8 in the Nationals. I'm not sure what age he is, but he's something like 18 or 19.
He's 18 or 19.
Is he?
Yeah, he had his last year at the Junior Nationals.
Oh, was that his last year this year?
Yeah, it was his last
So
year.
he's obviously turned 18. And
Yeah, 18 or 19.
yeah.
Chance to win it here for Peter.
Not bad safety-wise.
Yeah, bit lucky really.
Which pocket would you go for? Because I'd go for one of the 6. Or would you just sit on it? Just play it
Yeah.
dead centre and sit on it?
I'd probably try to hit it over to the side rail and leave the white in line with it. Yes, just hit it.
Yeah,
pretty
well
good
played.
Yeah, real good.
It may have been more by good luck than good management, but he got away with it.
Doesn't matter, take your luck.
You have much luck in your game? Or is it all skill?
No,
skill and brilliance.
I got unlucky in my game. I didn't want a ball to go in, but it went in.
Yeah, well, that always happens.
Yeah.
When you want them to go in, they don't, and when you don't want them to go in, they do.
Geez, that's not a terrible leave either. Is it?
Change the logo, I just told you.
Would you expect Riley to get this?
Yeah, but there's no one on the planet that I'd play it slow.
Yeah.
I'd play it with a little bit over, so if it does jaw, it comes away from the
Yeah.
corner pocket a little bit over.
Play it confidently.
Yeah, play it confidently. That's, well,
Wasn't really
that probably would have gone on in with one of the 9-ball tables that I watch overseas.
Yeah.
Hits the rail about halfway along and still goes in.
Yeah. Oh, great shot there. Hold on, I'll be back and just check the score.
Are you playing today? Oh, you're playing now? Are they both back on? Have you got your own table at home, Jack, or not?
Yeah, I've got a 9-ball table at home, just one of Jimmy's ones. Yeah.
Yeah, do you like the 9 balls?
Yeah, I play 9 ball the most, but yeah.
I do.
Yeah.
You're bigger pockets, I suppose. That's the only reason you play it.
Yeah, get a bit,
You
get
can't
a bit-
handle where you're on
yeah.
cue ones.
Bit easier, yeah.
Do you think you'll still be playing pull at 74 like me?
Probably not, I'll probably be dead.
You might smell that way.
Standing by.
Yeah, I just wish I'd have got into it early in life. I was either 59 or 60 when I first played in the New Plymouth Club. Yeah, I didn't even know about them, and if it wasn't for the fact that it was at the New Plymouth Club, I probably still wouldn't be playing in them. So.
Hi. I was here a couple of months ago playing in a tournament and I left a jacket here. Do you guys...
Well, what did you switch it off?
You're back.
What would you do in this situation with that 13 over the pocket?
Well, I wasn't really watching. I was eating my nice lasagna. I'd hardly anything to eat yesterday. I got home I was here at 7:15, probably told you all this, and got home at 9:15. I had 3 cheese slices, that was my tea. I had a cup of Milo and went to bed, and I was up again about 6 o'clock this morning. So no, I wasn't watching the shot, to be honest, Jack.
What are you doing at like 7:15 at the New Plymouth Club? What do you do when you come in?
I do all the tables.
Get all the tables ready for the morning and afternoon.
I think you gave me a hand the other morning, didn't you? Move the balls from side to side while I was ironing. Was that you?
Probably not.
Oh.
Too early for you.
Yeah, I was in bed at that time.
Oh.
Not sorry.
And you'd probably wanted $50 to do it anyway.
Nah.
Eh?
Do it for free. Why not? I might have just left that over the pocket block, that 11.
No, that's a defeatist attitude. Have a go.
No, how are you getting the 2 and the 3 out there?
Just belt them.
Yeah, just do a Calvin.
You're on to it.
14 or 15 years ago, when I first started, I played, losing the names, Anthony Burns. I played him in Upper Hutt, I think it was, at North Islands or Nationals. I think it was, it must have been the 2nd or 3rd year I played, and I had to play him in the qualifying, and I think I beat him 3-1 or 3-2, but in each frame that we played, I had some terrible flukes, and I put my hand up and apologised. And at the end of the game, he said, "What were you apologising for?" And I said, "Well, for my flounders." And he said, "I'd already heard about you." He said, "I just took it for granted." And I thought that was quite funny.
Yeah, I already heard about you before I even met you.
Is that right?
Yeah, your crazy flukes, that's what I heard.
If you haven't got a shot, you've got to make one.
Yeah. There's 6 pockets.
6 pockets each.
Yeah. I was talking to Tony Van Wyck a while ago. I think it was Levin Easter Classic or somewhere, and I I think he had someone floundering against him and he didn't like it, and I said, oh, it's part of the game, and he, he said, no, it's not. He was, yeah. But I've got a shot that I play, and I'm actually trying for 3 different pockets. And to explain it is, if you look at your screen now, if you put the white ball to the right a bit and the black ball halfway between the pocket on the left and the far one on the left, put the black ball hard on the cush there, so it's almost a natural double back to the other corner, the right hand corner, and if you if you miss it, it heads straight for the centre left hand corner, centre left, and if you miss there, it goes in by where the 11 is. And I'm actually aiming for it's a fluke, all right, I guess, but quite often I'll get it in the right hand top one or the left hand centre one.
Somebody else filled the thing out for you. Yeah, no, somebody else got.
22. Colin Erickson and Robert Berry. And second by me is section 23, the last to go out. Tristan Matheson and Robin Wilson. Daniel Wilkinson, Mania McQueen, Eli French.
What else to do with
Thought that was your job.
that? No.
Oh, no?
No.
I thought it was yours.
My bloody job. Hey, job demarcation.
Yeah, don't you do enough tables, commentary? What more do they want you to do?
Stirring.
Steering, yeah, you're on it, Kim.
I would have been tempted to take the 2 or 3 in that shot into the middle, just considering where that 11 is.
Now what?
Not happy with that shot. Think you wanted to be more closer to the black.
Yeah, well, it would have been alright if the plant was onto the centre.
Might be seeing a bash here.
Yeah, I do it wasn't quite on. Now, see, if it had hit that harder, it would have gone in the left centre.
Yeah.
You'd have played it like that, wouldn't you? You wouldn't have played it slow,
No.
Jack.
Just in that situation, you just, if it's not in the middle, you just have to smash it. To be honest. Nice shot by Riley.
I thought that was poor positional play from Riley. Should have been dead straight.
It's good enough. It's good
Is it good enough?
Yeah, definitely.
You'd have been happy with that.
Yeah.
Oh, good, you can keep the score for me now. I've finally found something, a use for you.
This guy.
Oh, his brother Sean, is he playing today or tomorrow morning?
He's tomorrow morning, I think. Yeah, he's got a tough section.
Have you worked out what age he is yet? You weren't sure the other day. You thought he was
I
10.
forgot to ask.
How do you think as parents feel when we've got multiple kids' birthdays to remember?
Yeah, it must be tough.
And now grandkids.
Is this the first tournament shark racks are allowed, or are they usually
No,
all of them?
they've been around for a while, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know whether they like them or not. I watched, who did I watch? Oh, Des Wilcox down the South Island last year in a tournament. And the shark rack was still there when he played the black to the right centre. I can still remember the shot, and he had to play it over the shark rack. And at the time, I thought if I was playing that shot, I'd have got the bloody thing removed, but he didn't, and he missed a fairly easy black to the right centre, and it cost him the match, I think. I know, well, it would have cost him the frame. I don't know about the match.
And pattern racks are also allowed, as long as the 2 balls on each corner are different, then that's fine. And the black in the middle, of course.
Yeah, I don't know about the shark racks, but as you can see by that, you certainly get a good spread with them, and that's what it's all about. Getting a good spread and getting one in is most important.
Yeah, that's the only problem for Riley in that break. Just nothing went down.
Yeah, when you have a good spread and nothing goes down, you got problems,
Yeah.
like an 8-ball against you.
Yeah, especially when
Have you ever
play-
had one, Jack?
what,
An 8-ball?
an 8-ball clearance or what? I got one last match actually. Yeah.
Oh,
Two-
did you? Last
yeah.
match?
Yeah, I was 2-0 up and then I broke and cleared.
Did you put it in? Because I think there's a prize. I think Wellesley's had 4 so far.
I've had 2, but I forgot to tell them for that the last one.
Oh, I think it's $1,000 first prize if you have the most.
I might just lie about it then.
I could be having you on too. I don't think it'll be. It might be a $10 prize.
Yeah, nah, it doesn't matter anyway.
Our club is absolutely brilliant when it comes to prize money. All our tournaments, the in-house like club champs and things like that, whatever goes in and their entry fee is paid out, plus they double it. The adjunct, if say 300 goes in through entry fees, another 300 is paid by the adjunct, and it's good.
How much was it for the doubles winners? I think it was like 900 each or something.
Oh no! This tournament in entry fees has cost our adjunct somewhere around 6,000.
Yeah.
I'm not on the adjunct at the moment. I can't see the point in being on it. I was on it for years, but I just do my own thing, and yeah. But I haven't had any problems. I haven't had to go to a meeting and complain about anything since I haven't been on the adjunct in the last 3 years or so. It runs very efficiently. You know, this year, for example, having the Junior Nationals plus the North Island, I think next year we've got the ladies. You'll be able to play on that too, Jack.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that actually.
Won't be happy with that shot. Good
Yeah.
position on the 14, but
Yeah, he hasn't really left Peter much anyway. Maybe the 6th double or a Calvin maybe. Smash it.
almost a hop. If it's closer to the rail, I'd hit it up the rear end, come off the rail, and I quite like those shots. But only about half that distance from the rail. Oh, good try, good try.
Close there.
What do you do there, 14 or 10? Got to take the 14 wise too, didn't you?
Yeah, I think so. Maybe the 10, 15.
You're only saying that because you saw where he was walking.
Just what position are you going to get on the next ball if you take the 14? Bit short.
That's not straight. You know, he's from UK, that one. What are you going to do there, Jack? How would you clean that up?
What's he on, little ones?
You should be watching, I'm going to tell you.
I was drinking. Probably the 1 and then.
You think?
Ooh, yeah. I'd probably go backspin for that one.
Oops. You'd have probably done that too.
Nah, I would have put it in the
You'd have
hole.
probably gone off.
Jesus, come on now.
Do your parents both play the game? I know you and your brother are sharks.
My
Where'd
dad.
you learn it from? Your father or mother? Or?
My mum doesn't play. My mum doesn't play at all, but my dad just plays for fun, not competitive or anything.
Ah. So what made you get into the game? Where'd you start from? Did you go to a club and see them playing, or?
Well, no, my dad's friend's kid played down at Massey,
Oh yeah.
and she suggested that we come and play, and we did, and then yeah, it was just kept improving from there.
you got a fair way to go, but I'd agree you have improved a little bit.
Same with you, Calvin.
I don't think I'm going to improve much at 74. I think my days are limited on the pool table. I'd actually give you games for $10 race to 5, but I might have to borrow the $10 off you to start with.
Yeah, no.
Us poor old pensioners.
Yeah, no, I'm good.
You could borrow it off your mother.
Good shot there.
Well, I don't know whether it is a good
Might
shot
be a
because
free
it's
ball.
a free ball. That's exactly. So he's going to take that far one that just arrived over the hole and
Yeah.
probably clean up.
Might be
Yeah.
able to see it.
Ooh, might be close actually.
Oh, oh, it looks all different from that angle.
Yeah, far out. Good angle there.
Kevin just
Great shot.
Kevin just altered our screen, and the way we had it on the screen, it looked like he was snookered.
Yeah, on cue have really got the angles all right. Today and yesterday and the day before, they're all perfect. You can see everything from them. Great clearance there from Riley.
Well, Riley must be seated fairly high. So, what's the story with Peter Coxley? Do you know anything about him?
He might not have played many of the
Oh,
Clubs New Zealand tournaments.
I can remember 6 years ago, something going to Hamilton. Top seed was a guy that I know vaguely. I think his name was Matt McInnes. I was second seed, but the bottom seed was a guy from, I think he was from Palmerston North. He never played in the North Island or Nationals. There was a top gun in, I think he played mainly in some hotel or something down in Palmerston North, and he was a real shark. And what happened? Yeah, I was second seed, like I said. I think the fifth seed beat me, then the fourth seed beat me. Oh no, I would have played the bottom seed first, second. The sixth seed probably. And anyway, I tipped him over 3-0. But he was a real gun, and I was lucky to beat him at all, let alone 3-0. And he went right through, and he knocked all the others over with duck eggs he gave them. And apart from Matt McInnes, the number one seed, and he went down 3-2 to Matt. Matt, top seed, he knocked all of them over with 3-0, apart from me, and he beat me 3-2. So I had a 3-0 win and a 3-2 loss, and I had one other win, but I got frames off all the others, I think, how it worked, and I got through with 2 wins, and on paper I worked it out, and I could have actually got through with 1 win.
Oh wow.
Have you ever heard of that?
No, never heard of that.
And Daniel Wilkinson, I was talking to him, and he'd had 3 wins, one and his 2 losses. He got a frame in each one.
And he still didn't.
No, sorry, he got a frame in one, and he got 2 frames in the other, and still didn't qualify in his section.
That's crazy, eh?
Yeah, so yeah.
I've only seen Matt McInnes play a few times, but from what I've seen, he's like pretty sharp, really sharp.
Yeah, well, him and Phil have sort of monopolised the peers until the English, couple came out here, Baden Jackson and Simon Singleton. Before that, it was all Matt and Phil.
Yeah.
They were in a league of their own, and Baden and Simon, it's very similar, but yeah, there's more competition now, and they're not going to have it all their own way like they have in the past, I don't think. Especially with the young ones coming through.
Hopefully.
No, there's no hopefully about it. I have predicted the future with pool fairly well players. I've predicted it pretty well. I've got paper cuttings at home. I had a friend, Gordon Brown, and he was the Daily News editor, sports editor, and I got him to interview Des Wilcox at something like the age of 10 or 11, and I've still got these cuttings at home, so that's what, Des is 27 odd now, so it's 15, 16 years ago, and I made these predictions that he would win New Zealand titles and be up near the top in the country at some stage if he kept on improving like he was. And I've got these cuttings at home, like I said, and my predictions are that, you know, you and your brother and some of these other ones. I see Riley's back from, where's he, Waikanae, is he?
Oh, I've got no idea, to be honest.
Yeah, well, he's really only just started playing pool, but he's right up there with, he's probably one of the best junior snooker players in the country at the moment. I think it's 2 or 3 years ago now, his parents got in touch with Stan Bunn in Stratford, who would be the best snooker coach over the last 40 years, him and probably Gary Gillard, and Stan, the parent, Stan asked the parents how old he was, and I think they said 10 or something, and he said no way was he going to teach 10-year-old snooker. And so they sent him a tape of Riley playing, and he had one look at it and took him on straight away. But I just saw him down at the Levin Easter Classic down there, and he was in the pool tournament there, and I just saw him yesterday here, and he's playing in the singles. But he said to me after he played here in the qualifying, he said when he got on the snooker table, it took him about an hour before he was playing good shots again. Do you play much snooker, Jack?
Nah, I never play snooker, like barely ever. Just, yeah.
Hardly ever.
Yeah, no, not really.
I think it's, you know, when I went away to tournaments with Adam Lilly and Des Wilcox, there was no practice tables on the pool tables. I always kick them onto the snooker tables. Snooker helps your pool, pool does not help your snooker. But I think if you become quite prolific on the snooker table, you shouldn't have too much trouble on the pool table. Well, that's my thought. What are your thoughts on that? Well, you don't know. You don't know because you don't play much snooker.
Yeah, I mean, when there's no practice tables, like I'd play on the snooker table just to get your arm moving in the right direction.
What's he going to do to here? Is he going to double the 14 back or take the one over the hole?
Take the one over the pocket.
No, he's not.
Oh, that's surprising to me.
Well, he's going to cut it down there. Well, I thought he'd be doubling it back into
Face
the centre
double,
with
eh?
a bit of weight. He's got that worker over the hole.
I think I would have taken that 10, just be confident that you're going to clear it.
Well, the other thing is it's out a bit and it can be blown out, can't it?
Yeah.
When there's a gap like that, I've got a tendency to take them because, yeah.
And also Riley's very good at these like doubles over to the corners. Ooh.
See, he's a new Plymouth player. He was always going to have a go at blowing that out.
Yeah. Yeah, who taught him that? You?
No. His father, Patrick.
I remember when we came to the junior nationals, the first thing when you saw my brother play, you came over and you showed him that one shot off the rail, off another ball and into the pocket.
Yeah, and I thought he probably hadn't seen a shot like that. And what does he do? He gets down and plays it and potted the black in the corner. See where the 14 is, you viewers. Bring it out off the rail a fraction more. Put the black in the centre of the table and the white up about level what it is now, and then pop the black in behind that 14, and that's the shot he played. He played it off the left of the 14 under his armpit at the moment, played it off the rail onto the 14 and slipped it down and into the hole. And people don't look at that shot. You know, they think, oh hell, the 14's blocking it off. But if it's a little bit further off the rail than what that is, and the white can go through there, I reckon it's a brilliant shot. And it does two things. The other thing is, if you don't get it, the black's over the hole and the 14's on the bottom rail. It's two advantages.
Sorry guys, I'm going to have to go. I'm on standby.
Well, good luck in your next one, Jack. I can, like I said, I predicted the future fairly well with Des and Adam and that, and I'd be very surprised if you're in, what is he, 13 now, in another possibly 3 or 4 years' time, you don't hear of, I mightn't be around, but Jack Beggs will, and he'll be one of the top players, if not the top player in New Zealand. He does, if you're watching him, it'd be good to see him on the screen here at some stage, because he's like a well-oiled machine. He takes no prisoners, and he just keeps on producing amazing shots. And he's so quick with his choices. I think some players are too slow. My grandfather was a very good shot with a rifle years ago. My two uncles had Tarwiti Gun Club on their property out of Hawera, and they taught me how to shoot. And one thing my grandfather taught me was your first sighting down those sights, a second or two after you've lined up, is probably your best sighting. And I reckon it's very similar with 8-ball or snooker or any ball sports. Your first sighting is quite often your best, so you don't really want to spend 5 minutes down over your cue to play a shot. I try to, with our young ones, to get them not to spend too much time and not to feather too much. There was one the other night I said to him, you know, you seem to be, you feather all right 2 or 3 times, but then when you drag your cue back, you seem to hold it there for 10 minutes. I was exaggerating, of course, but just seen your comment, the public enemy #1, saying that you used to play in the snooker pro-ams in the UK, and do I remember Bill Werbenek, you used to practice with him, I see. Well, no, I don't. But I wouldn't mind talking to Adam Lilly. Adam went over there. He got into when the Oceania, when he got runner-up in Australia. The one that won it from Australia couldn't go, and I think it was only 3 weeks to go. Adam got selected in the World Snooker Champs. It was 128. He got selected in that. But he spent quite a bit of time over there. I think his father lived in London, and he may know something about Bill, so I'll see what I can find out for you. What happened with the last one here? Do you know? Are you watching and scoring? You don't know who got the last one? They've just broken again. I don't know. Well, it must have been Peter. It must be 2-all.
too, could it?
No. Riley doesn't seem to play a lot of pool now. When he was here, he was playing quite a bit, but I think he's down in Christchurch now, and shots like that are not all 18-year-olds can play them like that. And he made it look quite easy. He knew what he was doing. I would take the 7 there first, I think, as long as it's fairly straight. As long as you don't, if you're going to end up here, play it slow, you might have to play it with a bit of speed. Oh, play it off the other ball. Don't know whether that was a good choice or not. He didn't want to sneak himself behind the 14, I could see that, but playing it off that ball, it may cost him. I'll be cutting that one in front of the 7, definitely. No. I see your comment there about your mate who died of a heart attack about 20 years ago. I'm not sure on how long ago it was, but I belong to the Inglewood Club in South Taranaki, and I'm not sure exactly what Dino Kane did, but he became quite famous, and he did a tour around New Zealand shortly after he won something or got runner-up. Wouldn't have a clue what it was. But it's got to be 30 odd years ago, I presume. And Alan Banks and I and 4 others, I think it was, from the Inglewood Club played him in a tournament. I think he gave us 300 starts, 50 per player, and I ended up, it was black to win against Dino Kane. It was only 1 frame, and after it had finished, the president of the club at the time, I was first up, and the president of the club said on his microphone, he said, "Would you like to say a few words, Mr. O'Kane?" And Dean said, "Yeah, I would, thanks." And he said, the smoking here is not good, because in those days they were smoking in bars and in hotels and clubs, and it was quite smoky, and he had tears running down his cheek almost, Dino Kane. And he also said, not only that, he said, it takes me a couple of games to warm up usually. And then Stan Pearce, the president of the Inglewood Club, said, "Oh, Kelvin, do you want to say a few words?" And I said, "Yeah, I wouldn't mind, thanks." And I said, "The smoke's not really affecting me, but I'm very similar to Dino Kane. It takes me a couple of frames to warm up too." And everyone laughed. They thought that was quite funny. But he never, I don't know what he did after that. I wouldn't have a clue. I never sort of kept a record of what he'd done over the years or how good he was or whether he's still playing today. I wouldn't know. But I know that, Alan Banks, he was a premier grade player in Taranaki at the time for snooker. He got fairly close to him too, but the rest of them got a hiding. I think he scored over 100 against the other four. That's 100 per game, not for the four of them. Well, I thought Riley had it there. He's getting them down, but he's sort of doing it the hard way. Well, he doesn't like it. I don't think it's too bad a cut. He's obviously worried about the in-off, but I think if he cuts it fine enough, there'll be no in-off there. I don't think Riley will miss this one.
Pitch.
Well, that's quite interesting. Public enemy number one. I see you wrote that Dino Kane was pretty good, although he really only was around for a few years. The standard just got better and better. I read he went into real estate. Yeah, not bragging or anything, again. But I also, when I sold a farm out the back of Inglewood, I went into real estate. I'd be talking to my father, and I think something like 6 months had gone by, and he said, "How many you sold? You sold one yet?" And I said, "No." And about 7 months, if it wasn't for the fact that I'd sold the farm, I wouldn't have lasted. There's no way I could have lasted in it financially because I had no income whatsoever. It was straight commission, and I presume it still is today. And then all of a sudden, all the work that I put in, the hours and the meeting people and all the rest of it, it came to fruition, and in 12 months I sold 24 farms in 12 months, and going on farm prices today and at 2% commission like I was getting back then, the company got 2% and I got 2%, and going on the commission today, I would be selling those 24 again, I would be taking home somewhere around 420,000 in the hand, which wouldn't be a bad income. Instead, I'm just on a pension. So I hope Dino Kane's done all right. Who's he up against? You don't know. Oh, Riley.
It's all over. It's all over, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah. I just thought I'd give the final score before.
Find who these ones are.
Still got it on? Oh, sign off. It's Brett Cameron playing at the moment. I still feel sorry for him. He met him and his partner Jesse met Tyler and I, and I mentioned it yesterday. They met us in the club champs, and they had us 3-1 down, race to 4, and we beat them. And that was on Saturday, and we went through and won it. And then on the Sunday, Tyler, my partner, he had to meet Brad Cameron again in the singles, and Brad had him 3-1 down, and Tyler came back and beat him 4-3. So he was bridesmaid twice in the one weekend. But he's pretty steady. He's been a good snooker player in his day. I think he's won our A grade here a couple of times, and he's pretty consistent. And his father, Colin Cameron, was a top snooker player in Taranaki for years. It was when the New Plymouth Club was very strong at snooker. I'm going back probably 25, 30 years now. And if you're ever in the New Plymouth Club, have a look at the honours board with the snooker results on it, and you'll see Colin Cameron, Brad's father, won the A-grade snooker 6 years in a row, and I think altogether he's won it either 12 or 13 times. And snooker was a lot different today. Our snooker is fairly weak at the moment. It's not strong at all. But back then, it was very, very strong. He's just going to double this, I'd say, and should be on for the cut on the black. Pretty fine, but no use taking any risks at this stage of the game with the opponent with 7 balls on the table. Shot. Yeah, well played. Tadju's not having a good run. He was the one I was telling you about, him and his partner yesterday. We played in the pairs, and he was the one where they had the 1 and the 3 over the hole, and the black was behind it. And I slammed our 9 into it, and the 9 went in the hole, and we beat. I think we beat them 3-1 or 3-2, but a 4-1. Oh, I'm losing track. I'm going for a drink of water. I'm going to have a break for 5 minutes, and I'll be back. Thank you. I better get.
Over to the dark side to have McDonald's. Next, oh, no, tables here. Do you want it in cherry? workshop sponsored table is Riley O'Donnell and Gary 2 Hours Fusion. Next available from section 18 will be for Paige Robertson, Peter Madsen. Standing by now will be Paulie Goldthorpe and Sheridan Bernstein from Swanson. And sitting by is the the Speedy Science sponsored table. Sheridan and Adam to table 14, please. Next available, Lena and Lou, standing by now. Lincoln and Brian. Sitting by Gordon and Craig Ward and Joe Bishop and Rachel Mason. That's all of section 20 standing by now. Afternoon people, we're still looking for raffle ticket white number 17, please. Knickers white 17. Thank you. For you players that love playing pool, because I know you do, we have a nice tournament that we run in Taradale. It's a singles tournament. We have some bases. It's going to be our next Saturday and Sunday at 10 and 11 at Taradale.
Here's the current one.
I thought Kelvin Dunlop back again. I thought Brad actually had that one.
Here's what all passwords are now on them. So this Piers final stay, Piers day 1, Piers day 1. Because it's within 2 sections. Because you've got to keep them under 6 hours. So everything.
In a case like that, he's not snookered because you cannot be snookered by your own ball. So if you took that 5 away, he'd be able to hit the 7. Or 3 or whatever it is, 3 balls. Now there's a snooker. He'll probably take the 7 here, or I would think. No.
There is a frame.
He got his 14 out of it. It's a bit risky. If he can get back on that 1, or well, he'll push the 1. It may go, but if it doesn't go past the 7, it'll put it on the rail anyway.
Come for a look.
And 3-0 the first one. Jack that was giving me a hand before he won his first game 3-0 and he's just won that one 3-2. So he's going downhill a bit. If he gets this one or gets it over the hole even, Brad could be in a bit of trouble here. Oh no, he's got a free ball. If you can see the edge of that 1, it's gone. We're going through approximately 5 2 litres a day, roundabout. Thank you. That may get us through, but I doubt it. We'll probably need another 2 litres a day. Thanks, Jim. I didn't actually see what happened then. I got called out of the room. We're out of milk now. what's that? The score's 2-1, I presume, is it? Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. Look, as most of you know by now, I'm getting on in years, and I really enjoy this game, and I'm really looking forward to. I had to go out and try and qualify tomorrow. Last year I failed to qualify. I had to beat my top seed. I was second seed down in Upper Hutt, and had to beat my top seed to qualify. Frank Edwards was the top seed, and we had a great battle, and I went down 3-2 and failed to qualify. So that put me in what they call the trophy event or plate event, and there was 84 in it, and I ended up winning the trophy event for the North Island last year, and I got no intention of winning the trophy event this year if I can help it, because I definitely want to qualify. But I started off ranked 167 at the end of the last year, and by the end of the year, after the Nationals in the Mount, I did quite well. I qualified, and then Glenn Cooch put me out in the first round, and I went to the second round of the fight, I think it was, and I must have been good enough to drop me quite a few in the qualifying, because I'm now ranked 110. What are you doing down, Jack? You
getting-
bought me some marshmallows.
Nah, they're for me. Do you want one?
Look, I couldn't take it off you. It'd be like taking a worm off a blind shop.
Ratchet.
That is an expression of my father's. He was quite a character in his day, and when he died, he got a big write-up in the Daily News in New Plymouth. People used to tell me they'd been to Probus meeting where he was 120 or so there, and he was the guest speaker, and they'd come out and they'd say, oh, they were moaning about sore ribs because he used to make them laugh so much, and he got quite a spiel in the Daily News, the local Taranaki paper, for his humour. So what happened there? How did you drop 2 frames? What's going on, boss?
So Jennifer cleared one good rack, and then I potted the black and the white ball in the same shot.
Oh. So you haven't learned much.
No, not at all.
What, your truck and trailer or something?
Nah, so I played it into the middle. The 8 was where it is now,
Oh.
and I played it into the middle, and then the white came one rail and into the into the corner pocket.
You better improve on your next game.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know whether in qualifying, I guess it pays to qualify fairly high. Although if you qualify in the middle of the field, you're playing someone of your same calibre who's also in the middle of the field. Sometimes you get some of these top players, they qualify near the bottom, and you think, oh, this is good, I've qualified high, and you meet someone that should have qualified a lot higher. And
Yeah, me and Sheridan were shown that yesterday. We qualified first overall, and then we had a bye, and then we had to play Brent Wells and Blake Bernard in the
after
last
qualifying top in the field.
Yeah, so they had to play their first game, which they won 3-0, and then we had to play them, and they beat us 4-0. So yeah.
That's unlucky.
Yeah. Anyway.
I think I mentioned it the other day when Des Wilcox was 12 or 13, and I was 60 odd. We played at Rotorua in the North Island. We'd bottom qualified the year before in New Plymouth, and we top qualified. We won 15 out of 16 in qualifying, which wasn't too bad. And I said to Des, last year we had to face Phil Wilkinson, and I think it was Hazel, in the first round after qualifying. This year we'll have a couple of bunnies to play, and he came back to me later and he said, do you know who the bunnies are? And I said, I wouldn't have a clue, I'll never know them. But I like to mix them up a bit, but I don't like having too many in one row. But as long as you got the black where it was, and a small one on a corner and a big one on the other corner, it's legal rat in these rules, in the combo rules. Now in a case like that, I would definitely take that easy one. Establish your set.
Yeah, because it's not really blocking anything
See now,
too much.
yeah, that's right. You want to play it with a bit of weight to come round the table.
Yeah, good shot, I think. Ooh.
Probably a
Yeah,
little
it's
bit
not-
unlucky, but
It's not too bad because he hit
No.
the 6 into. Yeah, it's
well,
not
if he
too bad.
follows
Really.
through a little bit, he'll probably be on the 9 past the black.
That's a great shot.
Yeah, pretty
Bit
good
soft.
parking.
Bit soft.
It's early in the piece, and to get one over the hole like that, it may block off 5 or something later on. Yeah. If Brad happens to lose this, he won't be happy about that shot he played on the 13 earlier on.
How many chances did he have? 3?
Something like that.
Yeah.
Can a viewer out there tell me how Jack's voice is on this, please?
Oh,
I've
yeah,
got-
his microphone on.
It's not even on.
I asked a question then, and you wouldn't have heard anything because Jack's microphone wasn't on. But I just wondered if people can hear him all right.
It's your mic. It's Kelvin's. So that is a little cover. See it?
Oh, yeah, there's
It's
not.
not on.
Oh, yeah, sweet. This is a good chance to clear.
Yeah, not good
Not great
position.
position,
Well, it's
It's
yeah.
not too bad, but
He's got to go to 10, doesn't he?
yeah, I don't
You don't want to play over the 10. I wouldn't even have a go at
know.
that.
It's too risky.
And if the 15's on, I think I'd be inclined to take it and clear. 15's on.
Yeah, it's
Why take on a hard shot when you can clear it by taking an easy one?
doubling it.
Wow.
Wow, I don't know if that was the right shot. Would you have had a go at it? Try to squeeze it?
What do
into
you
the middle?
think?
He's lost his kahuna.
What do you think?
I think I would have.
With
Don't
my
cut that through.
with my name, you'd have to have a go.
He's going down the end with it, but I'd cut it.
Great shot.
Yeah, that was a nothing shot on the 10 before. Yeah, especially, you don't want to be ending the game having balls sitting over the pockets.
Missed it.
Well, now it could be a good ball.
Yeah.
Great how things change, isn't it? From now on out, he's got to really take his easiest ball.
Yeah. Yeah, because there's no use for them anymore. The 15
That's
isn't
right.
even blocking the pocket.
See, now I wouldn't be playing one onto the other.
Yeah, no.
See,
Yeah, it's
that's why I wouldn't play one onto the other.
probably the wrong shot. Maybe it's,
Well, if I was Brad, I'd put that I'd put it down somewhere by the black, I think. Give him the 15.
yeah, double it.
He's always going to pot the 15. Get that 2 down the sand because he's got to come down here with the white. Yeah, no, bad shot. I'd have played it down here because see where that white is now? He's going to leave the white down the sand, so put the 2 down here where the white was always going to be.
And now if he misses his 10, it's over the pocket of the 8 anyway. So. Yeah.
Well,
Now it's in
he
trouble.
may take that on. Depends
Well, he
depends
has to.
how big the gap is behind the 15.
He has to, really.
Yeah, it was always risky.
Oh, it's not terrible lead though.
Well, he'll take the black as a free. He's got a combo. He'll put the 12 on the black, nominate the black as a free ball, black back on the spot, 12 over the hole, won't he?
I
No,
don't think it's straight. Oh,
nah.
That's a bit risky.
No, you put the 12 on the black. Black goes back on the spot and 12's over the hole.
Oh,
Oh, don't follow that shot.
and now all Brad
All Brad has to do is run that up, put it over the hole.
Yeah, you can't put that 12, so yeah.
Well, he can, but it's got to
It's
be
impossible,
it's about a 70-30 chance of getting it. Ooh, that looks a bit heavy to me.
Nah, it's a good shot.
Yeah, no, it ended
That's
up
what he had
alright.
to do.
Would you double it in behind the 2 or go the other way?
Oh, I don't know what I'd do, to be honest.
Well,
Just
you'd have to
hit
have a
it.
go.
Yeah,
You've got to have a go. So I think I'd have a go behind the 2 because you might put the 2 safe if you miss.
Yeah, you have to, really.
Well, that's what he was trying,
Oh,
and he got it.
what a fluke.
Yeah, well, that's unlucky for Brad, but I feel as if he should have played that 2 down here earlier instead of cutting it to the corner.
Yeah, bit lucky, but you take your luck anyway.
And it's pretty easy for us sitting here, Jack, isn't it? We haven't lost a game yet,
Yeah.
and probably not likely to.
If I play like how I did last game, I'll lose them all.
Did you almost lose it?
Yeah, 3-2. Should have lost it.
Should have lost it.
Yeah, should have lost it.
Do you get nerves at all?
Not too much.
When I used to play with Des, you know, from about the age of 10 to 13, he was like you, no nerves. And then when we were playing a tournament somewhere, I think it was Tokoroa or somewhere, and I said, what the hell's wrong with you? He was about 14 or may even been 15 at this stage. He said, I'm as nervous as hell. I said, what? And that was the first time I'd ever heard that from him. Yeah, when he was earlier, he didn't have, he had no nerves whatsoever. I feel as if you're almost mechanical. You're a well-oiled machine at the age of 13. And you're not the only one in your group. That Riley out there, have you been talking to Riley at all?
Riley James.
What's his other name?
Riley James.
He's the one from Mike and I.
Yep, that's him.
Yeah.
He's a really good potter.
I feel that he should probably stick to snooker.
Yeah.
That seems to be his forte, is snooker.
Yeah.
I think you want to select one or the other, and he can always, years later, fall back to pool and still be up there with the best in the country if he's a top snooker player.
Yeah.
And I've heard he's had the odd... I can remember a while ago I was talking to him, might have been 3 or 4 or 5 months ago now, and he'd had an 86 break or something against Harry Hyinger, and he's been playing Nick Spears a lot apparently, but I think that was on the pool tables, he was playing Nick Spears.
We got Colin Erickson and Nick Byers here, is it?
Nick Spears, I just mentioned his name a minute ago and he pops up on the screen. I hadn't heard of Nick Spears until probably 3 or 4 years ago in Upper Hutt, and Adam Lilly was playing down there and he had to play this Nick Spears, and I thought, oh, he'll win this one, no trouble. And I got a feeling Nick gave him a hiding, but I'm not sure on that. Or beat him.
Is this Nick at the table now? Or?
Yes.
Yeah.
Colin Erickson, he's from Stratford.
Oh wow, great.
This guy was. Look, I don't know much about him because he pulled out of the game for something like 7 or 8 years, and he's only just come back into it in the last 3 or 4 years. And I got a feeling he was up there with the best in the country at one stage, and probably still is.
He's certainly winning some competitions.
Oh, has he?
Tried to get a wick off that.
Yeah, he was trying to obviously slide off the 5 and move it away from the black. I'm sure Jack would have got that shot, no trouble.
And also would have opened up the black as well.
That's exactly what I said. You're not listening to me, are you?
Not really, no.
Don't blame you.
Yeah, coming out of there.
Now he's in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, well, Colin Erickson, I don't know whether he's won any big tournaments, but he plays a lot out of, he's from Stratford and he plays in a lot of tournaments, and some people, different ones have said, oh, I got beaten by Colin Erickson, and yeah, so he knows what he's doing.
I'd be tempted on the next shot for Nick. I'd be tempted to just give away the combo.
Yeah, well, you shouldn't say things like that, because if you give it away on purpose, it's meant to be a multi-combo.
Yeah.
But really, there's no such thing as playing it with intent, as long as you hit your own ball.
Yeah, look, he's done that. Oh, no.
All you have to do is say that you miscued or... Oops, sorry, miscue. I couldn't believe it when I went to the first time I've ever played it. I played in the Masters last year, and my partner and I, we had 2 corners covered with a ball in each pocket, and they had 2 balls behind ours, and the first shot they played their ball onto ours and sunk it on purpose. The second shot they had next time round, they gave us a combo naturally, and the next shot they played the other one on purpose and cleared the hole for their balls. All right, they gave us combos, but as it was, they knew damn well that we couldn't clear the table. There was no way you could clear it the way it was. So they gave away 2 combos in a row. And until I played in the game last year in the Masters, I'd never seen anyone really do that before. But you're right, that's what you would have played, giving away the combo.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
Probably not the best thing that you could do, but
Well, yes.
it's going to give you an advantage. So.
Sporting wise, yeah, it's not good, is it, really?
But sometimes you've got to do what you've got to do. He's got a good chance here.
Can Brad please go to the transport desk, please? Brad, to the transport desk, thank you.
Ooh, missed it. Oh no, free ball.
Gutwell.
Oh yes, she's from Hamilton.
Cara
Sarah.
Gutwell. From Melbourne, she's watching from there and loving it. She said, thanks for your comments. I don't know why it's all about me, but anyway, yesterday my daughter over in Brisbane was flying out for a 10-week holiday. She's going to a wedding in America and then on to Spain and France and all. She did tell me, and I've forgotten half the places she's going, but she's going for 10 weeks, and she was leaving Brisbane yesterday about 2 o'clock or 3 o'clock, and I mentioned it to the lady running this event, and I said I wouldn't mind getting on this live streaming table so my daughter in Brisbane could watch me play, and she did it for me, which was damn good of her, and so my daughter got to see me, and I won't be in contact with her, I wouldn't think, for the next 8 or 10 weeks while she's away.
But if you had a smartphone, it would cost you nothing to be in contact with her.
Well, Kevin said if I had a smartphone, but there's nothing wrong with my $28 phone from the warehouse. Nothing wrong with it.
Yeah,
I got a fear.
You can't talk to your daughter when she's overseas.
Well, she probably doesn't want to hear from me anyway.
Well,
What are you laughing at,
you got
Jack?
a point there.
Colin's worked this fairly well, I feel. You know, I thought it was all going to be over in the first couple of shots there, the way Nick was going and cleaning up and playing his shots, and all of a sudden the game's changed around, and it's great how this game's going. One shot can change it completely. Oh, he's got to take the 7 here and run that, what is it, a 2 right up and over the hole, I feel. Forget about that corner where the 9 and the 5 and the...
Yeah, he's got that corner pretty much.
Oh, he's sucking back, is he? Oh, no.
Yeah, I don't think.
I'd put this over the hole. It wouldn't matter whether you pot it or not.
I'm just going to go for a walk. Stay awake.
Yeah, shot. That's all he needed to do, really. Doesn't
Yeah,
really need to
yeah.
do
Well, he
much
used the rail at the end. He obviously didn't want to pot it. Potting it wouldn't be all that bad because I think you could move that 5, which he done, trying to cover. Yeah.
Just touch the 2.
Yeah, well, he can't give him a free ball, can he?
Nah, because that 9 will be on it. That 9, you can see both sides of it anyway.
Yeah. So don't pot this.
No, I think just don't really need to do too much. Yeah.
Oh, he's going to go for it. He's got to clear it now.
Yeah. I mean, you might be able to play the 5 off the 10, knock it in.
He doesn't want to play this slow. He wants right hand bottom on it and screw off that bottom rail and try and run into the centre or close to the centre of that 5 and hope and then pray.
Yeah, you might get it all.
Oh, he missed it completely.
It's not too bad because
I think it's on. I think it'll go off for whatever
off the
that
10, yeah.
is. It the 10?
Yeah, I think it's 10.
I think it's on.
Yeah, I think so too.
Never looked at it. Well, I don't know whether he played it for that or not, but oh, he didn't
wow.
nick it.
Wow.
Just one little nick on that 10 and it was game over.
Just touch the 10.
What would you do there? You'd probably go across the table or heaps aside on or something.
No chance. Just touch it, to be honest.
Oh, you want it out a bit, don't you?
No, I think it's fine there. Yeah, that's a good shot.
Well, I don't know whether it is a good shot. Nick's going to cut that in, move the 10. Ooh, hell, that was fine.
Oh,
How could you overcut that?
that's pretty good, though. That's pretty good.
Yeah, he's looking at hitting off the rail first,
Yeah.
trying to get it almost dead centre over, and even if he doesn't get it, if he covers the black, he'll be right.
Well, that's, all,
It's more about what. Oh, he played it that way.
that's all he could really do, though. Free wall, I think.
No, it's close. Yeah, it's got to be a free ball,
Yeah, I
doesn't
think, yeah, it is.
it? Mm. I was surprised that he didn't play the rail first because all he had to do was block that black off. He didn't have to pot the 5, get it on that rail or near to it. Would you have played it off the rail first?
Which one, the 9 or?
No, the 5 when it was over there.
Sure.
He played it for the double and double kissed it.
Was that Nick, sorry?
Which game are you actually watching? Are you watching one out the windows?
No, I don't know who they are then. Was it Nick then?
No, Colin.
Oh, that was
Colin's shot. He should have played that 5 off the rail, brought it over here, this side, and covered that black if he could.
What happened yesterday, Blake? Blake Bernard came second in the doubles yesterday. Hello?
You still got your veil on?
Yep.
You know what I'm talking about?
No.
Ah. Well, bridesmaid. Runner up. No, it was a brilliant effort getting that far. Boltung. Turkey Adam Liddy just walked past the window. We can do without his likes round here. So yeah, well, it was a brilliant final, wasn't it? You know, that your 5-all. What a Wellesley pot, 3 balls in a row. The black was between those other 3 big ones, and I was straight in line with the black towards the hole, and he got pretty good position on it. And yeah, I thought he was a bit unlucky not to get it or block the hole. But what was it? It was the game before that you cleared, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a hard clearance. It was.
Yeah, you got 8 balls, didn't you? You
Yep.
got an 8 ball, yeah. And what age are you? You just turned 16, have you?
Yeah, in January.
In January. Yeah. Wait until you're 74. You'll be quite a good player by then.
Yeah.
No, you're playing well, and your parents are giving you all the opportunities they can. Yeah. When did you go back to? Are you going back to Melbourne at all? You're playing back over there?
Going back to Melbourne at the end of the month. 24th to the 25th, I think.
Of this month?
Yeah.
Well, there's other players going back too, and there Ryan King and all, and Des and Adam and Healy and them. And Simon. When they go? What? 14th and 15th, is it? I
Yep.
think it's the weekend after next, isn't it?
Yeah, they go in the middle of middle of June.
Who's actually going back over there with you for New Zealand? Have you got it? Because last time you went over there, who else went? Jojo? Did she go?
Jojo and Mia and other couple of girls came too.
Oh yeah. Yeah. What's the story? I was talking to your mother a bit about it, and you pay an entry fee. I don't know what it is. It doesn't really matter. But there's no prize money. You got runner-up in the last one, didn't you?
Yep. Made it to the final.
You made it to the final, and there's no prize money at all.
Pox has just started this year, but next year there's going to be prize money in it.
Oh yeah.
Because this is the only second juniors that started.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
It's what's the score? Oh, it was Nick that won the first one. Oh. Oh, did you get it wrong?
It was you, Calvin.
Jack's,
It was you, just admit it, man. Come on.
Jack's fired. I'll take Blake on now. Well, you better commentate on this. How well do you know Nick?
Oh.
Blake, you listen to me. How long do you know Nick very well, and he's what he's done over the years?
He's a good snooker player.
Is he playing? What's his name? Riley. Is he playing
Yeah.
him in Waikanae at snooker or 8-ball?
I actually don't know that.
Oh. Yeah, I think it might be mainly 8-ball that he's playing him at. Jack's got to go and have his photo taken. Yeah. If you'd have had a decent partner last night, Blake, you'd have probably won that final. Hey, Wellesley.
He played awesome, he did.
Yeah, well, so did you. You know, you had a lot of pressure on you, and to clear that second to last frame to make it 5-all, was no mean feat. I mean, you know, it's a hell of a lot of pressure on you as a 16-year-old, isn't it?
Yeah.
Do you handle the pressure all right? Do you get
yeah.
nerves? Do you get nervous? You
not
don't get
really.
nervous at all, no.
It's just like when you play more tournaments, you start to get like less pressure in that. It's like,
Sorry, I missed that. What did you say?
so it's like when you play more tournaments than that, your pressure
Yes.
goes.
Yeah, well, you're playing bloody tournaments all around the world at the moment. One minute you're in Quebec and then Kazakhstan or something. And no, I'm being funny, but you in the last, say 14 weeks or so, or 12 weeks, you've probably been to, I don't know, probably 10 or 12 different tournaments around New Zealand, haven't you? And
Yeah.
Australia. Eh?
Who got it?
What's that?
Who got it?
Oh.
This is food. Jack, who got the house
Nick won, not Colin. Oh.
It is, but who got the second game?
Thanks, Raywin. Now go one better for us. Tell us who got the second one. What's that? Did someone call my name?
Are you playing?
No.
I think Kelsey Gavin.
I thought they called my name out, but I'm quite sure that I'm not playing till tomorrow.
Is it 1-0 or no? No, that was before, but who got the second?
What's that?
Who got the second game?
What?
I'll go have a look.
Must have been Colin they called, not sure.
I'll have a look.
Yeah, too.
One each.
So is Melbourne your next maybe to tournament after this week? Or
Yep.
what else have you got on?
Not that much. Next weekend off to Eden to see Neil Wally.
What are you getting coaching from him or are you coaching him?
He's coaching me. I'm going to bring my dad down to come too.
Oh, yeah. What tables have you actually got at home? What type of tables?
We've got a Valley table, Supreme table, Pot Black table, and 9-board table, or 9-foot table.
And yeah, so your parents will have to build a bigger house or something shortly, will they?
Yep.
Or a bigger garage?
Build me a sleep out and
Pool parlour.
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
I suppose there'll only be another couple of years and they'll have to put a bar in the corner for you too.
Is this an off?
What do you do here?
Is this an off?
Well, where are you going for? I don't know where he's going to go.
I think he might go in off, maybe? No?
Oh. What are you going to do here? Push the 12 up? Or
Push
go
the
the other
12
way, 12 last?
You could leave yourself for a double and it can knock, like,
A
go
double?
into, like you can go into the black if you wanted to, or play with top and leave, if you miss it, the white ball will be down on the cush.
You've totally confused me. I think I'll go 10, 11, 12. No, he's going 12 first. Taking on
Where's
the
your-
hard one first.
Where's your 12 going, Calvin? See? Is that what
Yeah,
it
and that's
is?
cuttable. It's bloody fine, but I mean, why not take the easy one over the hole? But keep it simple.
But I mean, if you leave your hardest ball to last, then You could
Well, it
muck
wasn't
up.
hard. It was on for the centre. Has he got it? No. See, he's got the cut on the 10 now, or the plant, but
Go for the one over the 10.
yeah, but he's got to go up and down. It's not a
No.
gimme.
Doesn't need to go up and down. Just needs to be
Yeah, well, it
careful
all
here.
depends whether the 11 ends up now. Yeah, he played it pretty well. All you got to do is worry about the pot. Don't worry about any position or anything else. Try not to end up on the rail, but try not to end up on the rail or going off or knuckle.
Oh,
Oh, he hadn't made it easy for himself.
unlucky if he would be clawed.
Yeah.
Nice shot from Colin.
Have you ever played Colin before? Tournament?
I think I haven't. No. Have you, Calvin?
No.
Would what to say? Shot down the rail was. Oh, thank you, MZ Third.
Well, I'd have played it the other way, and I would have cleaned it up. Blake would have played it down the rail and missed it like Colin did.
I mean, the white ball will be safe on the rail though.
I just saw a well-known identity walk past the window a minute ago, Harry Hying, and I think my facts are correct on this one. He actually, I presume he still holds it. It can't ever be beaten anyway. He holds a world record, Harry. I don't know how many years ago it was, but I know that about 4 or 5 years ago he had a 147. But the world record he created was he had a 147 off the break. Yeah, I don't know whether it's been done again since, but he was the first one to get it, so yeah, quite a record. I don't think he's had many in his life, but
He's not telling too many stories, is he?
Patrick, how are you? You playing?
How's mine going?
Oh,
I'm too old to play.
no, you'll be playing tomorrow afternoon, you won't you? That's when they have the plate, isn't it?
Possibly.
How's
Not a
mine
pretty
going?
good section. He's 1-2, both of them 3-2.
Nice. Oh,
Not doing it well.
who's that against?
Mate, who's scoring? He just beat Gary from he was 2-0 down.
You said that Adam Lilly was 2-0 up. Sheridan came back 2-0.
Nice. Oh, who's that?
Oh, they just finished before, but then Adam won 3-2.
So Sheridan lost 2 then.
He's probably win his next games now, doesn't he?
Get it?
Yeah, I don't know who Mike's golf tips is, but you're asking about the snookering or free ball. Yeah, if you're snookered, snooker is where you have to be able to not see both sides of your ball, but play both sides of your ball with the white. If you're snookered, you've got two options. You've got a free ball, which means you can take the black or the opponent's ball and carry on, or if it's a real ugly one and you can't do much with it, you can make them play again. It's only a minor foul, which is snooker, and if you make them play again and they cause another foul, which is in off, or another snooker, or any foul, it automatically becomes a combo, which means ball in hand. So it's cut out all the snookering in this particular variation of 8 ball There are. You've played quite a bit of black ball, haven't you? And well, what's the one over in Melbourne you play? Is that the world rules?
That's international rules.
International rules. Yeah, and that's different again, isn't it?
Yeah.
You can snooker. You can.
You can put your ball into their ball, and it's just lost the turn. No foul.
And you can pot your ball and their ball at the same time, and you still carry on, don't you?
Yeah, but you have to hit your ball first.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what. Yeah. But you must hit a rail every time.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it's ball in hand for the opponent.
Yeah.
Potting a ball is classed as hitting a rail, isn't it?
Yeah.
More or less, yeah. What do you prefer? Do you like these rules, or you prefer the international rules, or black ball rules, or which ones do you prefer?
I like everything, Calvin.
Oh, do you?
What do you like, Calvin?
Well, I was just telling the viewers earlier on, one that sort of suits me is the black ball rules.
Where you can snooker?
No, where I can pop my ball at 100 miles an hour, come off 47 rails, nick your ball, pot it in the centre and carry on. Whereas in these rules here, I've automatically given away a combo. With those rules, I carry on. So they do suit me in some ways, but what's the difference between the black ball rules and the international rules? Is there much? Can I still do that shot, pot mine, pot yours and carry on in the same shot?
Yep, you can.
Oh, yeah. So they're very similar. The black ball and the international rules are very similar.
Yeah, they are. But international.
What's the difference? Come on now, what's the difference? Because you still got to hit a rail, don't you?
Yeah, so in black ball, if you fail, you get 2 shots. So first shot, you get a free shot, and then you can carry on. But for international, you only get 1 shot.
Oh, yeah. Because there's one where you're allowed a free shot, but you have to take it behind the line, not behind the D, but behind the line across where the D is.
So
Which one's that? Is that the black ball?
That's black ball. So if you do any foul, it's ball in hand anywhere.
Oh, yeah. See now what happened there?
I think gave away a combo.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was a combo, wasn't it?
Don't know if he had a.
Or it could have been a free ball. We should be watching the game more, shouldn't we?
Yeah.
Because you need to learn. You've got a lot to learn yet after only, getting runner-up in the pairs last night for the whole of the North Island. You've obviously got a lot to learn.
Yeah.
You got a pretty good teacher, haven't you? You've, he's won a lot of major tournaments.
Ooh, don't know.
Which one do you take here first?
Don't know if he can see. Oh no. Oh. Oh, he was on big one.
Oh, so did I.
Oh. Don't know if he snooked himself there.
What do you do? Take it off the rail and put it in behind the 12?
Yeah, just slow. If he missed it, leave himself on the rail.
Oh, that's a hard shot to the centre. I think it'd take
No, take the 12 and double it by the 7.
What?
If you double the 12, it'll go in off the 7. If you
yeah,
go for the,
well, why not just cut the 12 in and try and get behind the whatever it is for the centre?
if you go for the 11, it's do or die.
Yeah, I wouldn't take this shot on, don't think. I hate the centres.
Because he could snook himself behind the black or... Nah, he missed. Oh,
yeah. I wouldn't have played it that way. I prefer applying cut, so I'd definitely gone for the cut and hoped that I missed the black and got behind the 11 to this side centre.
Yeah.
Should be frame over. Not bad. If he misses this, I presume it's on. He obviously played it for there, so you would think it would be on if he played it for there. But if he misses, it should be right over the hole anyway. You'd only play it with enough weight to the hole, wouldn't you?
Just cue it. If you roll it in, you're trusting the table. Can he do it? Nice shot from Nick. 2 all now. cue ball. Just fantastic. Would love your move to New Zealand just to play this game.
Where's he from?
I don't know.
Would love you move to New Zealand just to
Yeah.
play this game. For him to come to
Would,
New
would love
Zealand to
you.
play this game. Nice golf tip. Where he's from? Nice golf tip. It doesn't seem like he's from New Zealand, does it? Love to move to New Zealand just to play this game. This one here's been coming in a lot. Public Enemy #1. He's from the UK. He used to play some guy that died 20 years ago. Oh, there it is there. And he was ranked number 30 in the world, and he played him a lot at snooker. Could be he might be a Mary from Manila. Have you checked the car park? Oh, haven't you? You've got to make time. Get her to put it over the microphone.
Good place for it.
It's a little bit cramped.
Well, he opened those other two up and he may get away with it. Got the 11 over the hole and opened those other two out. So
Just tap the 7 in and you got the 2, push the 2 by the 11. If it doesn't go in, it sits over the pocket. Nice shot.
blow it out. Well, I think I'll be cutting the 15 fine here, cover the 4 and the 3 if you miss. And then, Blake said it was a nice shot, but if he gets it, the 10 will go in behind the 2. But he's not going to play that at all. He's going to blow it like I said.
He might give away a combo here.
No.
Made that a little bit ugly for his balls. He could clean up from here.
What?
Come back. He's from England. He's watching this from all the way there. Does he know anyone from here?
I'll be a real smart. I should say to, oh, you're from London. Who owns the store there now? Because my old man, he was in the army and they camped by the Yanks, and Dad said to the Shank, where are you from? And he said, Ohio. And the old man said, oh, OH10, because that's what it's spelled. He said, and the Yank said, do you know the place? And the old man said, oh yeah, no, well, he said, who owns the store there now? And this
I think
Mike,
just minus these it down. Yeah.
You might have seen
Mike's golf tips, I'm from England, I should say. Who owns the store there now?
Here's the name.
I should say, I've heard of England. Who owns the store there now? I wonder if I should say it for a laugh. Hey?
Have you played the singles yet?
No, tomorrow afternoon. You never got it, did you?
There isn't any tomorrow.
So you just right click and then
Blake.
No, I don't.
do they tell you to look on the scoreboard of him?
There's 76 watching at the moment.
Oh, good.
And today there's been 361. Look at it. And they've spent an average of 22 and a half minutes each.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
Ooh, but lucky there.
Report back afterwards, and it'll give you a report that where the people were, what country they were in, they did it.
Wow.
Can Colin do it? Nice shot, Colin.
Watch for,
Well played.
so you can get all the info from it. The red, what's the name, clutch that they've been using. I looked it up.
Colin's got his own table at home, like a lot of players have. Blake's only got 16 tables at home by the sound of it, and his father's probably buying another 3 tomorrow. You'll be able to buy some from your winnings from last night. Get them reclothed.
Save up my money to get me a car.
A car?
Go for my license soon.
Oh, that's a worry. I think I'll turn to a push bike or a skateboard then. Keep off the roads while you're around.
Good job, Don, brushing down the tables.
I see this Mike's golf tips was on before. I see he's from England. I've actually heard of England before. Who owns the store there now, Mike? I said, Mike, I said, I see you're from England. I said, I've actually heard of England before. I said, who owns the store there now? See what comes back. I'm from Hertfordshire, North London. I play English black ball and American 8 ball with a big ball. My full club is snooker and US big 9 ball. This is my favourite style of pool. Yeah.
Yep.
I was only being funny there, Mike. Don't take it seriously, but I see your comments here. Where you're from in North London, and I see you play American 8 ball with a big ball, and your pool club has snooker and US big 9 ball tables. But you say this is your favourite style of pool. That's interesting. Don't you like snookering and things like that in your games that you play, or what makes this your favourite one that you'd like to play? It's an interesting question you've asked here.
What would you go for here, Calvin?
Wasn't really watching. Oh, there's yeah. Paul McIntyre that just played his shot, and his lovely lady. They live in where do they live?
They
Probably
live
in the bin.
Yes, I do, Calvin.
I actually know that, Blake, because I stayed at their house for 3 days during the Levin Easter Classic recently.
Oh.
Yeah, and Paul was out in the car there yesterday. This morning it was, I think, dropping his lovely lady off. And I said to her, you shouldn't let they've got a English Shepherd dog. And I said to her, you shouldn't let the dog drive the car, it'll probably get a ticket. She thought it was quite funny, but Paul, who's playing his shot now, I don't know whether he was that amused. They're a real nice family. They got a son, Billy, and Billy's usually thereabout. He usually qualifies and plays fairly well. Have you ever played Billy, Blake?
I think I haven't yet. I don't know. Maybe I have, but probably when I was beginning, maybe. Oh.
Yeah, I see your comments here, Mike. I'd like to know why you prefer this one over the other ones. This is really the only one that I've played to any degree. I've played the black ball and haven't really played the international one.
Oh, nice.
Went to a little town one time to play a golf tournament, a pool tournament, with Des Wilcox, who's now ranked number 1 in New Zealand. I think he was about 13 and I was about 60. And I said, "What's that table over there?" He said, "Oh, that's a 9-ball table." He said, "I'll teach you how to play it." Yeah, well, I beat him 7-2 and he wasn't that bloody amused, to be honest. and when we went back the following year, the 9-ball table was gone, so I didn't have a chance to beat him again, and that's the only time I've ever played on those. But yeah, I quite like them. You can hit the rail about halfway down the table and it still goes in the end, not a problem. Our pockets here, I don't know whether you've noticed, but a lot of people, if they put the weight on down the rail or near the rail, they will not go in. They're called on-cue tables. They're made specifically in the South Island of New Zealand. And we're one of the very few clubs in the North Island of New Zealand that have them. There's plenty in the South Island. And by having these, I feel we're at quite an advantage over other clubs around the North Island, because they're playing on pot blacks and Heafy tables, and I think there's another couple of other brands out. Yeah, people find these fairly hard going. You have to be accurate, especially down something that's fairly close to the rail. I know a few players, not very many, that can play them down the rails at fairly high speed and still get them. I don't even bother trying. Oh, poor McIntyre looks like he's up against it here, Blake, didn't he?
Oh, nice shot, but is it enough?
No, not quite. Not quite. Oh. Got to put the 3 on the 7 here and go for it. Probably got to play it with a bit of weight and take a few risks here and try and get on another ball every shot.
Oh, you don't want that.
Well, I don't know. That 5's still not too bad. I've got a feeling there's enough of a gap there. If he gets this 5, he might be able to punch that 1 up and blow that black.
That black is over the pocket, Calvin.
Oh, there's a bit of a gap to the right. I don't know what's wrong with you young ones.
What do you mean there's a gap? With my eyes, there's no gap.
Yeah, well, I don't know whether it was really the shot poor, but nice try. That becomes the combo on the black. The black goes on the spot. He can pick the white up and put the white wherever he likes. I don't know why he walked around the table, but anyway, he obviously prefers the corner to the centre. Now, Blake would have doubled that.
My name is not Dunlop, though.
What do we got here? You think for those comments, Mike, but I'd still like to know why you prefer these particular rules or this particular game that we play only in New Zealand. You're right, it is only played in New Zealand. And I don't know why we sort of haven't, in the past, why we've come up with our own one. You'd think we'd be similar to Australia and other countries, but we're not. But I've got a feeling this will, I could be totally wrong and probably won't be here when it happens, but I've got a feeling this one will phase itself out once older players pass away and younger ones come through. We've now got yellow and red balls at our club. I think we've got about 7 or 8 sets, and we've got 10 of these tables are our own. We had to hire another 8 from the South Island. Yeah, you need round about one table to every 10 players. So ideally we could have done with 21 tables here because we got 210, but by starting at 8 o'clock in the morning rather than 9 o'clock, it seemed to work pretty well in the pairs yesterday. And I think we're going pretty well in the singles today. It's qualifying all day today, 2 sessions today, morning and afternoon. Then there's an afternoon session tomorrow, and there's another flounder. And then on tomorrow afternoon they will be playing the trophy event, which is those that haven't qualified, and they'll play that down to a certain distance. And then on Sunday we'll be straight into the main event, all those that the 105 or something in the field that have qualified. And that's how it works. It's, half the field go one way. The one is usually 6 in a section. The top 3 go through, and the bottom 3 go into the trophy event. Blake will probably be playing tomorrow in the afternoon in the trophy event, I'd say. He hasn't got Wellesley there to carry him. I'm getting some evil looks here.
Whose shot is it?
Yeah, I find that hard to believe, Mike, that our tables, you think they're actually better than yours, and yeah, I don't know whether I'd like to see it phased out. I think we can incorporate this game, black ball rules and international rules, and those who want to play whatever, let them. They can be. We also have another one here, Massey, which I don't really know anything about. I know Jimmy Henry does a great job with that. I think, and like I said, I don't know a lot about it. But I think they travel around the country or over. I'm not sure. They may go to America and different places, and they call Massey. But yeah, I'm not sure about that and how many others there are. But I think they can all be run at different times of the year. We don't want these tournaments, large back ball one or international one, clashing with ours in the future. These games.
Yeah.
What do you got to say, Blake? You gone a bit quiet. You gone to sleep?
And what's in the game, Galvin?
Oh, yeah. Well, what happened then? Come on, tell me what happened then. If
He
you
tried to roll the 5 over the pocket, and he did it.
Oh. Do you think you could have played it like that or not?
Yeah.
I know you're only 16 and got quite a bit to learn, but would you have played that one like that too?
Not really. Really short.
For 3 mornings in a row I went out, and Paul there, who's playing his shot now, his dog welcomed me, he jumped all over me, and the English Border Collie. I used to farm at 1,000 acres out in South Taranaki, or no, let's call it Mid Taranaki. I had 1,000 acres there, and I had a Border Collie, and it was a great all-rounder. I could work a mob of 4,000 sheep more or less with the one dog, and I had 300 odd cattle, and there's only trouble with a good dog is it get used all the time, and you don't use the other ones that you know you're going to have trouble with. So a good dog doesn't last many years because it does all the work.
Is it best to give away a combo?
Give away a combo. Why would you give away a combo?
Because do you think?
Well, wouldn't you get that out now?
It depends though, because he can.
But Paul's on the big ones, I presume, is he?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, what's
for
that
the-
far one on the left? That's not a big one, is it? Oh, he's on the little ones. You don't even know what he's on.
I mean.
Oh, he's got to get this out of there now. I would have punched it out. Oh, well.
Oh, you don't want to do that. Now, Paul's just going to tap his one out or get it out.
No, play the forward gently. Leave that tied up. Why would you clear it for him?
Because he gave away a free ball.
No, he
Maybe.
hasn't.
Maybe.
He's made him play the 9. He snookered him on the 2. Must have been close. He looked at it fairly closely. It must have been close to a free ball. See, now if you'd have moved that 1 away, like you suggested, he'd have had a shot on.
And he could.
Here we are, combo. Oh, I thought he was going to hit that 1.
I mean, if he gets a free ball, like, what's he going to do? Just tap the 1?
Well, he's just got to tap the right-hand side of the 5 here and leave the white almost where it is now. And he's got nothing. Just tap, don't pot it, just tap the right-hand side of it. What would you do? You'd pot it, would you? And go for it.
That's what you'll do, Calvin.
No, I don't know whether I would. I've already nominated my shot. I'd just tap the right-hand side of it gently. Oops. Oops. Oh, he tried to pot it. Well, that surprised me, because if he'd have got it, he'd have had absolutely nothing. Now he mightn't have a choice but to pot it unless he can see an edge or something up there in the centre, which I don't think he can.
Push the 1 over by the corner. Because the only way you can get the big one is if you go around the world.
Well, what's wrong with that? I've got a daughter at the moment. She left yesterday to go around the world.
Funny, Calvin. Double the 12 inside the 1. Do you think he can clear from here, Calvin?
Wait a minute, I'm reading this. I see your comments here, Mike's golf tips from the UK. Yeah, quite interesting. You reckon the middle pockets are very tough, and you also play a bit of Chinese 8-ball, or on a Chinese 8-ball table, and the small cue ball. You obviously don't like the small cue ball, do you? You prefer this one that we used over here. You better come over here. I know you're 50, so you better come over fairly quickly. But at Marlborough, you're talking about the wines down there, and you like our wine. After you've had 3 or 4 bottles, I'll give you a game of pool for a couple of $100.
Oh.
Yeah, you talk about you play in America 8-ball and casual rules like they play in Detroit, and you'd have to play our rules for a year to understand the free ball rules. You'd only have to play it for about 3 days. The rules are that simple, it's not even funny. Even I can pick up on it at 74.
I think, why would he play for?
It's one thing about sitting here watching this. Yeah, she came back on all the bad habits we were It's actually quite good learning.
It's like, and then when you have that, it's like, you know, oh, you just
When
have
have you played already, Blake?
I play tomorrow morning.
Oh, do you? Oh, that's a worry. I was going to get you to look after the coffee station, seeing I got into trouble yesterday when I played for about an hour non-stop.
So he's been at school all day today.
Huh?
I've been here for the whole day.
Oh, is it? Ah. Yeah, well, I feel that shot was a bit of lack of concentration.
You play two. You got one more or two left. I think she got one all with a lady, but I don't know what happened there. I don't know. Who she faced? Oh, she faced another boy.
Is she?
Yeah, you know, share with him.
Yeah.
His nickname is Lover Boy.
I quite like those face doubles, especially when you pot two in a row.
Yeah.
They work pretty well.
Comes in, come on, Lover Boy.
Yeah. That's quite funny.
Are you going to give me a hand here, Blake, or are you just going to yak to everyone?
You're focused on the comment section there, Calvin. Ooh.
How do you expect to learn this game if you're not going to watch it, eh?
I'll watch it more than you, Calvin.
Well, sometimes, yeah. Recently I played you, I think it was race to 11. And I had to meet you, and I had to meet you in the New Plymouth Club at 11 o'clock or whatever it was, and it was race to 11. But I got a feeling, was I right when you said, you'd been up practising since 5 or 6 in the morning? Is that true, or were you bullshitting me?
When was this?
Oh, well, here we go. I'm 74 and I've got a better memory than you at 16. When we played race to 11 about 5 weeks ago, can you remember 5 weeks ago or not?
No, I can't, because I've focused on school and...
Well, put it this way then. Is there mornings where you get up and practice at 5 or 6 in the morning? We'll put it that way, if you can't remember that one.
Yes, I do sometimes.
Do you really? Yeah. Is this because your mother tips a bucket of water over you, or because you do it voluntarily?
Because I set like 15 alarms every single day.
I haven't used one in 40 years. I was trying to wave Jack in, but he won't come back and see me. He's obviously scared of me. No, I just wondered how you got on. I was only going to ask you how you got on your last run. Oh, is that why you're sitting in the background and don't want to talk? Huh? Blake beat you. Blake had never beat you. Oh. What did you lose by? 3-1. Oh,
Wait, was this yesterday or today? Oh no, yesterday was doubles.
I used to live in the Hawke.
Blake did like 2 shots.
I used to live in the Hawke's Bay years ago, Jack, and it took me a while to get used to them. I lived with a Maori couple over there, and instead of having chook eggs, we had duck eggs, and it took a while to get used to them. And you obviously had a duck egg before you lost 3-0. They're not good, are they? They're not good on your scorecard when you got a 0. It's better to get a 1, or if you go down at post, to get a 1 or a 2 with it. What was that seed? What one did you play? Top seed, or?
What number was?
Do you know what seed it was?
Second seed.
Oh, it was your second seed. Oh.
But yesterday we ate Jack 4-0.
Yeah, it was double.
It does count.
No, it doesn't. What happened to the diamond?
Because you're better than me. Oh, nice shot from Saiku.
I get the impression Mike's golf tips from England that you like a wee dram occasionally. I sort of threw the alcohol away about 8 years ago. It only took me 3 heart attacks to realise that it mightn't be a good thing.
Pull your seat in, boy. Pull your seat in.
What do you want?
Pull your seat
Calvin just needed to stand up for a second.
Yeah, what a fart.
And Jack Biggs is back!
Yeah. Good golf. I see in your comments here you'd like to take me on after a few drinks. Yeah, like I said, I don't drink, but I see you also made the comment you think you're a pretty good golfer. The best round I ever had in my life, I only got down to about an 8 or something like that. I thought he fluked it. Something like an 8, but the best round I ever had was at a place called Fitzroy out of New Plymouth. I think I was on about a 10 handicap at the time. The course rating, I think it was 68, and I had a 70 off the stick. And I thought, this is brilliant, I'm on to it. The next round I went out, I got to about the 7th or 8th hole, and I made it back, my hip gave out, and I made it back to the clubhouse on a 3 and 4 iron, and had to go and get the greenkeeper to go and get my gear for me. And shortly afterwards I had a hip operation, and I haven't had a round of golf since. So the best round of golf I've ever had in my life was the last one. Yeah. So what happened, Jack? Well, why have you got tears in your eyes?
Nah, he got some good clearances and I didn't stack the pocket.
What was his name? Phil Wilkinson or something?
Oh no, I can't remember his first
You
name.
can't remember his
No,
first...
it was someone O'Leary.
Eh?
Someone-
O'Leary?
Yeah.
Big guy with a bun?
Yeah.
Well, he was my pool partner yesterday. We got down to last 8 in the main event out of 88
Oh, so
pairs.
he was carrying you yesterday?
Well,
Oh, okay.
yeah,
I see now, I see now,
now
I see
listen, you went down 3-0, right? So obviously I carried him yesterday so he could play better today. So it's all my fault, Jack, I apologise.
Yeah, come on. Nah, it's fine anyway, I already won too.
Well done on being sober, it's a big achievement.
Section play. Section play.
Play a 4, haven't you?
Next available now, Colin and Colin. Danny Guy, Tristan and Colleen. Sitting Guy, Jamie Wilson, Robin Wilson, Eli and Benaya.
I've played before.
Colin and Colin, you're going to share the shining big sponsor table.
Yeah, Mike, by the amount of wine and that you drink, I don't know whether I really believe that you're on a 4 handicap. If you are, that's damn good golf. I always found that the best golf I played, and probably pool too, when you're playing with good partners or players, you lift your game, you try and beat them at all cost. And I can remember playing golf. I'm not going to bore you with golf stories or pool stories, I hope, but I can remember playing a round of golf in a place called Hara at the Fairfield Links in Hara, and one of the ones in the 4, it was a tournament, and one of the ones in the 4 was from a place called Stratford in South Taranaki, and I don't know what handicap he is, because I think they only went out to 32 on males, and I'm quite sure he is a lot worse than that, because in one round of 18 holes, don't quote me on this, but he either lost 9 or 10 balls, and all 4 of us spent more time in the lupin trees looking for his ball than we did playing golf. And that would be the worst round I probably ever had too, and yet I played with 1 and 2 handicappers at different tournaments, and you certainly play a lot better. So if you're on a 4 handicap, you're a damn good player if you're consistently on it. My partner from yesterday, he just cleaned Jack out 3-0.
3-1. 3-1.
Oh, 3-1.
Yeah, 3-1.
Oh, did you get one, Frey?
Yeah, I got one.
I told him to throw one for you.
Fuck, this,
Going off.
this guy.
You know why he's playing so well today, don't you? 'Cause I had to carry him yesterday.
no.
That's why he's so relaxed. And you'd have probably beaten him 3-0 yesterday.
Surprising the way he played today. He played really well.
Well, like I said yesterday, or might have been 10 minutes ago, him and I won our club champ pairs, and then he went on the Sunday and won the club champ singles, and we've got very strong players here. So, and it was out of 32 players, it wasn't out of 6 or 8 players, it was out of 32 good players, and Tyler O'Leary won it. So, yeah, he's no slug, but if you got a frame, that's all you had to do.
Yeah, I don't mind losing to guys like that if they play good shots. Then what can you
It's when they flounder and carry on like that. I hate that sort of play. You wouldn't catch me doing that.
Yeah, you do all the flukes.
Attention to all players. If you have got any cues or your bags on the tables that you're not using, could you please shift them so that the members of the Newfoundland Club can come in and use those tables? Thank you.
What's going to happen here, Jack?
I don't know, that 10's pretty messed up. Yeah, I'd take the 9 first, open up the 10, and you still have the 11 if you don't get on. Oh, what?
Would you have taken that with weight and spread them? Taken the risk?
I think so. I think I
Yeah.
tried to open up that 10.
I personally don't like pussyfooting around. I like to get in and have a go.
I
Either
don't-
win or lose.
Yeah, I don't think that was the right shot because now it's too difficult to get a good angle
Yeah.
to get a no break, and also then you won't. Like, yeah, look, he's just pushed it there, and that's a free ball. Yeah, that's a free ball.
Was it a free ball?
Yeah, it was definitely a free ball.
Yeah. I better go and check the coffee station. Someone's going to come along in a minute and say, "Oh, there's no coffee, no milk, no water."
Yeah.
Can you look after it, Jack?
What?
What?
Look after what?
Commentating.
Oh yeah, no problem.
No problem.
Yeah, no problem.
I don't know whether I trust you. You told me you were going to win the last one 3-0 and you lost 3-1, so I don't know whether...
When did I say that? Huh? Yeah, exactly.
I can remember it.
Go and remember it then. What proof do you have?
Go and do your job.
I'll see you in about half an hour.
He's got good shit, isn't he?
Hold it. It says Paul should have 2 phones.
That's right.
Yep, that's right. I don't know what Calvin and Blake are up to with the score. These guys.
You get distracted when you commentate. They can finish a game once you get a bit of anger going. You can finish a game and you don't even know.
Are you going to a 6 United Banking sponsor table with them? Next available
So
cards
name of the
table
game,
will
you get
standing
something
by
happens
Fiona
here
Rollins
as well, and
Bridge
you're
for
distracted.
City Club Super Artists.
Then you get someone coming through the door and ask a question.
Yeah.
You're just going to say, hey, whoa, can you sort this? Yeah. Did that when we started. After 3 1/4 hours, the maximum was 6 hours, I think, or something like that. Edit the music
Yeah,
and stuff like
Yep, they all brought to Memphis.
copyright violations.
yeah.
Yesterday we went 11 hours. We stopped it and started it, but it didn't. It must have picked up. It was just a break.
Dion Rollins, Brendan
And
Shaw.
they said,
Table 6.
Tricky clearance here. You might just leave the player in the pocket.
Sponsors Sarah Williamson and New Plymouth, Brendan
Yeah.
Shaw.
Still a gap for that 10 there.
Dion Rollins. Next available, Steve Otis and
it's
John
pretty pointless. It's not even a backboard striker.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna just try to clear it from there. There's only 2 balls
Just went
left.
through then.
Yeah. Yeah, now what?
Ray Smith and
There's
Jack
the
Eads, section 14.
I've got to go play now.
there are 3 balls.
Yeah, I've got to go play now.
Right, members from the raffle room, we're looking for ticket knickers, which is a white ticket, number 17, and also in another one, got cloudy, which is a blue ticket. We're looking for number 3 and number 28. If you come up to the ladies at the raffle table, they'll pay out the prizes.
15. Jack and Ray are going to table 12, where Vessel Buses currently rushing. Next available, Jason Martin, Colin Cameron, standing by now, Amy Holbert, Cynthia Thompson, and still standing by, also John Gregory and Royce McKinder.
Oh, that shot was a bit different. I don't think I'd have quite played it like that. I had a free ball. I've only just walked back in. I couldn't take much. He obviously wanted to get the opponent's ball on the rail rather than leave it on to the far left.
Going down the table.
I think there may be enough of a gap to squeeze it past to be. Well, I think I'd be tempted to go to years ago when someone was teaching me snooker. He said always play to the open pocket, which is the left one. If he gets it so, he didn't even try for it. Scared he was going to run into the black and push it near the hole, I presume.
Into the centre. Just like that.
Yeah, Kev Wells, I see your comment though. What round is this? This is second session. This is all qualifying. We had a session this morning. Obviously a third of the field plays played this morning, a third this afternoon and the other third tomorrow morning. I'm actually playing tomorrow morning, and then they have tomorrow afternoon will be all the ones that didn't qualify, which will be half the field, which will be 105. They'll be in the trophy event, and the other half will be in the main event, which will start tomorrow afternoon. And then the finals will be played on Sunday.
Next available, John Gregory, Royce McKinder, standing by, Brian Ward, Brad Cameron.
From the raffle room, we've just brought another raffle. It's a purple one with snapper on it. First prize, number 1. Second prize, number 35.
That was a damn good shot actually as it turned out. I don't know about positional wise, but he's probably got the 14 in off the 1. If he can get past that 7. I'd leave the one on the left. I think I'd leave that near the hole. Might be blocking off the 4 and the 7 back this way. that's unusual, Tamara, because after your comments before, I made sure everything was turned up. And I was talking to a friend of mine outside, and he had it turned up to 100 and still had trouble hearing me.
She having trouble again.
Is it on as high as you can put it, Kevin?
Not quite. Oh, that.
Do you have a Samsung charger by any chance?
Samsung charger. There's a charger there. I've got a Samsung cord. Which one is it though?
Like that?
It's a big one, isn't it?
Yeah. The big round one. What one do you have?
In these tournaments, North Islands and South Islands and Nationals, they also have a teams event. There's no prize, I'm not sure whether it's prize money or not, but they have a teams event where they have each club puts up 2 sets of pairs and 4 singles players. I was fortunate enough after 2 years in Upper Hutt at the Nationals to be in the teams event and the singles. Why they picked an old bugger like me, I'll never know. But I didn't play in the pairs, but I played in the singles, and it goes to, I think it's only done on qualifying, in the qualifying rounds, and we qualified in both pairs and all 4 singles, including mine, and New Plymouth Club won it for the whole of New Zealand, which, yeah, it was quite a thrill. Blake's just walked back in there. If he was in the team, would have probably lost it. Yesterday in the pairs, both our teams qualified fairly high, so we may be in with a hunt this time. We've got the 4 single players to go. And they've selected me again, I don't know why. I don't know whether that was a miscue or not, but it could be a costly mistake. It's combo, ball in hand, take whatever you like and carry on. One thing you must do, ones that don't know, if you're going to pop the opponent's ball either directly or with your own, you must nominate their ball. Like he's putting his finger down there now and he's saying, I'm taking the 11. The opponent, and well, he's he's got everything covered there, so I wouldn't take these. I'd get that 7 out of there. I can't see any point in taking that. If we can nick the edge of it or hit the rail on the left, he should be able to hit that 7. Forget about the 2. Oh, did he nominate? Oh, I'm totally confused here.
Still going.
I'm just glad that it's not raced to 7, otherwise we might be here till midnight.
To get a cheap cord or charger.
How fast? Oh yeah, down the road.
Or
Oh, I think he's got to hurry. He's obviously got there's a timekeeper put a timer on him. He had to play it quickly. The rules are that you've got 30 seconds to play a shot. When there's 10 seconds to go, they call 10 seconds to play. You've got 10 seconds, but you can have an extension, which will give you another 30 seconds, and it's 1 extension per frame.
camera's behaving himself. Yes. And the quality of that and the quality of that. That's just my phone.
Well, Paul just has to push the 11 down over the hole down here and leave him a long shot. I wouldn't go near that 14. I'd leave him a long shot, follow through a bit, leave the white right down here, and oh, not too bad. Yeah, but he got it. He could have potted the 14 and black and then game over, but yeah, here's a great shot. Yeah. I think that 14 will double back to where he's standing by the white ball. That's about all he's got. No point in taking the other one. You might as well go for your hard one first. And
The scores were not finished.
you're not going to get position off the one down here, so there's no point in taking it. And don't you reckon, Blake, the double back looks right, doesn't it?
Go for the one over the pocket and just bash it. That was
Well, he didn't hit it hard enough. It might have gone close to that centre.
Oh, he can still going off.
Yeah, well, you might, but I don't think he will.
But you can go enough, Calvin. Oh, a little bit too straight on the black.
Hit a bit of rail first. Yeah, like that. Hit the rail first.
In the pocket.
Well, you better go home, Blake, because you want plenty of sleep before I see you in the final on Sunday.
What, in the plate?
No, that's tomorrow, Saturday.
Yeah, tomorrow you're playing in. Have you played the singles yet, Calvin?
No, you've already asked me that 17 times.
Do you mean one time?
At the moment we've got 76 viewers and we've had 484 views since this was switched off after the 60-hour break or something that we have to have. So there's been 484 views since then, and currently we've got 76 people watching.
Now we've got one person watching. No. I got, here's my number. Oh, let's go, Don.
I like those pads. They've really only come to their fore in when was the first one I saw? About 6 years ago, somewhere around there. Oh no, it might be a bit longer than that. 6 or 8 years ago, and they were around $120 each. They're like they're almost like sandpaper. They get rid of the chalk and they get rid of the finger marks, and Don's doing a great job between games. And like I said earlier on today, it makes it a hell of a lot easier for us in the mornings, because by the time these tournaments finish at, I don't know, whatever, 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock, most people here have had enough. So you don't get a lot coming in and practicing on them at night, which are allowed to do. So it makes our job a lot easier in the morning. I think I brushed about 10 out of the 18 this morning, might have been a bit more, and I ironed the whole lot of them, and yeah, it takes us a little while. We've just, we got, like I said earlier, we've got 10 tables of our own, and we got 5 of them reclothed for this tournament. Even though they weren't too, I didn't think they were too bad, and which is good, because you know, our club's open to the general public, and some of these cloths we've had, oh well, there's been no reclothing since 2019 when we last held the North Island, so they've lasted pretty well. I stay at a lodge, and the owner of the lodge, the Tianui Lodge in New Plymouth, he was very good to me when I moved in there. He watched me on the pool table for a while practicing, and it was quite funny. He came in and I was just having a hit around. I arrived on a Saturday morning and I'm having a hit on the tables at about lunchtime, and he came in and sat in a chair in the corner and watched me for about an hour practicing. And the following day, on the Sunday, he did exactly the same. He came and watched me, and I think it was the Monday or the Tuesday, I was in there again, and he came in and he said to me, he said, "Do you know who I am?" And I said, "Well, I know your name's David." And he said, "Well, I'm actually the owner of this complex and where I'm staying." And it wasn't long after that, he said he'd get the table recloth, which is damn good of him, and so I got John Stewart over and he reclothed it and did all the rails, and yeah. But our tables, I don't know, they seem to last better than what, whether it's something to do with the cloth, I don't know, but the one at the lodge is wearing a lot worse than what ours are, and I think the one at the lodge is only about six months old, whereas these are about 4 years old, and they seem to be in better condition. I have got it on, have I?
Right.
I'm still on.
Yes, microphone's on.
Who have we got here?
Riley O'Donnell.
Oh, Riley back on. He's from...
Peter Madsen.
Yeah, Riley was on earlier today. He's 18 years of age. He knows what he's doing. Well, like I said earlier on today, he got to the last 8 in the Nationals at the Mount. He's no slug. I guess time will tell whether it was a good shot or not. He could get a few here.
3-2.
Standing by now.
3-2 and a 3-1 win.
Section 19, Nina.
Is that all he's played? Just the two?
Yeah, played 3 but it's showing 2 all. Oh no, 3-1.
Harry and Adam. Inflatable will be Harry Hayner and Adam Lilly. Sorry, these levels are a little bit tired. Even
Well, he's got to try and get that 10 over the hole.
Section 19, Adam Lilly, Harry Hayner.
Well, there you go. But unlucky the two landed there. I think you can still double it to the far left. Hitting that quarter ball on the left hand side, I'd double it over to that far left pocket and take the risk. He's got to pot 7 balls. That's where he was sort of heading, but yeah, he hit it a bit full. Or a bit fine actually. Yeah, I think if that 3's on, I think I'd be going for that. If he does that again, I'll smack him in the head, tell him. If he does that again, I'll smack him in the head, tell him that. He should win it this year. You know what it is? 60th of the year. You will win it this year.
No.
How are you going anyway?
I've lost the games. I've lost the games.
You've lost all your games. This is Blake's sister here at the moment. What's your name? Not Lena, is it?
Yes.
Ewan, this is your table.
Stumpy and Tara have arrived.
McIntyre from Levin and
We're out there.
Ewan Richards from Heidi Services. Your table is ready. You're going to the Kiwi Butcher Shop, sponsored table, table 9. Which is your vessels ready. Ewan.
There's been no new ones, Claire. I've answered most of those through. Sounds like he's going like this over in England. But that doesn't matter.
Next available, Anna Lily, Harry Hayner. Standing by now, Lena Bernard and Boy Gold. Sitting by, Will and Sharon. All of section 19.
Well, I don't know whether I'd have played that like that, but there was a confident shot and it couldn't have worked out better. You can think of this boy, but yeah. To play a double like that when you got a free ball, it's probably 874 different ways of playing it, like take the opponent's ball and try and get on his or whatever, but well, that way certainly worked, and he followed through with his white. So if he had missed it, the opponent wouldn't have had a very easy shot on his last ball anyway. It was pretty well thought out. Is that right?
Sounds right, is it?
He got the... Yeah.
Is that 1 or 2 frames they played?
Bloody good question. I got a feeling it was a second, but I'm not sure.
I'll check.
Putting everyone to sleep, Calvin, or waking
Oh.
them up?
Don't know.
Who's up? Riley.
Riley, yeah.
Check.
What have you been up to, boss?
Nothing, mate. Just Having a bit of a hit on the snooker.
Oh.
Evening, ladies and gentlemen. Back again.
You need to practice.
Oh, I need more than practice. I need a new set of eyes, new body. The voice is okay, though, bro. Hey, what's the score here? Riley, one love. Peter Madsen.
Yeah, I think he's had a 3-0 and a 3-1 win so far,
Yeah,
Riley.
nice.
I don't know. I presume he'd be ranked number 1 or number 2 in his group.
Well, even his nationals rankings was quite. He made what quarters last year.
Well, yeah, I was up there and I saw you there and spoke to you, and I spoke to him before his matches, and I said earlier on the mic here that he was quite concerned about playing Daniel Wilkinson, and I said play the table, not the name.
Yeah.
And he beat him. I think it was fairly close in the end,
Yes,
but he
it
got
was.
through, and to get to last 8 in the nationals as an 18-year-old is quite an achievement. I heard you won. Now wait a minute, you won the flight in that, didn't you?
I won the plate, mate.
The plate trophy event.
I was actually
You
playing.
didn't qualify.
No, so I'm about to tell you the story, and quickly I won't go on, but so I'm playing Camellia Cook, and I'm on the black, shut your eye black, and I didn't play it in such a way to disrespect her. It was just get down, do nothing, flash and bang it in, and it came off 2 jaws straight away. And out in the middle of the table, and she gets on there and cleans up to bring it to, I think we're racing to 3 in section play, 2 all, and then she broke and cleared the last. I didn't realise I needed that to qualify. Yeah. So she went
who
through,
was
and
it?
look how far she went. She went to the last 8.
Yeah, this was Camellia.
Yeah, Mia, yeah. She went to the last 8. She was the last woman standing at the Nationals.
I had to play her and a partner for bottom spot at Hamilton about 6 or 7 years ago. We had to play off the bottom spot in the pairs. And we went to the table and they lost the toss, and I said I'd break. And I broke them.
Was this a one framer?
No, this didn't qualify.
Oh.
It could have been a one frame. It was a playoff.
There you go.
I think it was
And
a
that's
one
where
frame.
you shine, the old one framers.
Well, anyway, no, I don't know. To be honest, it may have been best of 3, but I got a feeling you might be right. It might have been a one framer.
She put up a smiley face.
It might have been a one framer. And anyway, I broke, and as I said, big ones. They both turned around and they were looking at the scorecard for some reason. I said big ones. I got down to play my shot, and I accidentally, with the cue, touched the white ball. So I stood up, walked away from the table.
That's actually a multi-combo when you played a shot.
Anyway, I walked back to the table, and my partner said, "What are you doing?" And I said, "I just fouled." She said, "Well, they never saw. They don't know." I said, "No, I couldn't do it."
You need to get rid of that other partner. Hey, probably doesn't play anymore from that day on.
Well, the partner and I, we went on. They beat us because Camellia, she took the big one and she cleared. She had an 8 ball, so I got a feeling it was a frame.
She probably did it with a smile, knowing that, man, I'm going to show these old fellas what I can do. Anyway.
Yeah, I could have cheated on that, but there was no way I was going to, even though my partner wanted. And we ended up, I think I did myself a favour, a bit of karma, because we went through and we got to the final of the trophy event, and we both got paid for it. And if we'd have got into the main event, we probably wouldn't have won a cent.
And that's the reality of it all. You know, the bonus is to win the next event.
So no,
or runner-up.
The moral of the story is always be honest.
Well, that's right, you know. It is Riley, so some of you will know and some of you won't, but he's actually down in Christchurch at uni down there, is that correct, Darby? He's down there in uni, so he's playing with all the South Islanders these days, and I just spoke to Pat 5 minutes ago.
This is his
And
father, Pat.
He
Yeah.
was telling me that Riley, he says very attacking down there in Christchurch. Not much safety at all compared to what he's used to.
Well, he'll go slow roll on the 7 here. 3, 5
It's
black.
Riley,
It
brother.
should be
It's
all
Riley.
over. It
He's
should
a
be
man
all
of many shots. Not as many as Healy, but...
Oh, he's going this way. I thought he'd do that.
No.
Why wouldn't you do the 7 while you're there?
The 7's a TV shot, brother. What's this? He's too straight on there, so he's more than likely to do a double.
Well, he did one before. He did a double on the 10 in the last
Like
frame.
this, you come off 2 cushions, 3 to be on the 5, but still get the face cut double. Not face cut.
Did you teach him how to play?
We're about to see if it goes in. I did. If that's your shot, mate, I can tell he missed. Come on, the old fella. Come on, mate. One ball at a time, cuzzy. Don't play that 9. Don't truck and try.
Well, I'd be doubling that 11 back in front of the
Of course
5.
you would.
Well, then what would I know about the bloody
What's this?
game? Yeah, I'd have probably done
He
that
set it
too.
up
I'd have
for
probably
safety,
missed
cuz.
it.
He set it up for safety.
What did he do here? I'd just run that 5 over the hole. Forget about the 7. Let him play the white ball back up there.
Well, that's right. You know you can do this.
Ideally, you want
I
to...
think he's going to just promote it, bro.
Yeah, well, he's going to play the 7.
You watch this. He's just going to kick off the back and see what he gets. Because he's just banking. The old boy's not showing much signs of potting 4 balls in a row, you know. You got to take your medicine, mate. He's going to even give him a combo to really push it.
Yeah.
No, he's going to bring it out, mate. Looks like he's playing directly at it. He'd be happy with that and tuck it on there. Oh, that's horrible for the old boy.
Well, no. He's an old bugger. He'll put the 9 and 13. No. Yeah,
Well,
9
he
and
just summed it
13.
up. He couldn't get the one over the pocket, so I leave him one that's 10 feet away. You see the result. Ooh, at that pace and it pots.
See, it's all over. You don't know how to bloody...
No, Riley summed it up and said, can he do 4 in a row? We're about to see. I wish him all the best. Come on, Peter Madsen.
My shot there was to run the 5 down gently, put it a bit closer to the hole, not to let him see the 11.
Mia. Oh, Jaws. Ali Major?
No, it hadn't jawed it, but it's close. Good weight.
See? Riley called it, mate. Can he do 4 in a row? No. Now he's in. What's she saying? We qualified and played Matt and Phil first up. What's that? I remember this. Yep, there you go. Mia. She's actually saying, I wish I couldn't remember playing, but...
We qualified and played Matty and Phil.
Oh. Free ball. I'll call it. Free ball. And he doesn't want to make him play again. Free ball.
I see your comment there, Camellia. You better do me a favour. Not telling anyone who my partner was in that particular tournament.
Well, she wasn't going to. Now you've reminded her. Jeez, I'll never rob a bank with you, mate. Jeez, you bring it up 10 years later at the COP convention.
No, it was only 6 years. Yeah, old Don Craig, the big Maori boy that we've seen cleaning the tables, he said you can remember something in 1972, but you can't bloody remember something from 8 days ago.
Yeah.
And that's not exactly true. I've got a fairly good memory.
What's he doing? The old boy, he'd be timed out now if Jim was over there. What's
Yeah,
going on?
I don't know, because most of these tables we've got timekeepers on. One's doing 1 or 2 tables at once, but...
You know what it is? You probably called a ref.
Oh,
Excuse me, sir. Who's that? Is that... That looks like Brendan. No, it's not. Oh, it's the old boy. Peter Madsen.
what's wrong? What are they on about?
Well, it's touching.
Oh.
A free ball. I called it. I
Oh.
called it like
I
10
do.
minutes ago.
I can't see that it's touching from this angle. Oh, he's calling a ref now. Oh, even from that angle it doesn't look like... I don't think it's out.
Hang on, this angle should tell all.
Oh.
This angle. Definitely touching whatever table it's on.
You showed us 27 tables. I don't
So
know
I
which
just
one
keep
to look
flicking
at.
between them, then nobody can call anything. I am 99.9% sure that is...
Well,
No, depends who's measuring it. I won't make a comment. I'll tell you what, it's a great shot if it's a touching ball and no snooker.
well, if he can hit the right-hand side of it from where he is, it'll be a great shot because if he doesn't, it's a free ball.
Yeah, it's a free ball, but it'll look dead straight, mate. How are you supposed to cue well from there? Now he's just blocked this side. No, he hasn't. Oh! Riley's saying, man, I've been blessed. I've been blessed by this fella. Stun off there. Come down dead straight preferably. Nah, it's just a bit of an angle. Run off there. Hey.
You definitely got to have luck in this game.
I don't know how you live with yourself. You always take all the luck.
Yeah, I sometimes have trouble sleeping at night.
If anything gets floundered on the table, your name gets brought up regularly. It's quite sickening. Oh, here's a Dunlop.
Oh,
I'll call it. I'll call it. I'm confident to go for Riley. 2 love.
I'd laugh if he'd adored it.
Then you just taketh what the Lord giveth and the Lord taketh, mate. Here we go, you got 62 people. Well, you had 61, one come on for me.
I suppose, Camellia, you won that game that you were talking about against Matty and Phil. You wouldn't have had too much trouble beating them, I
It's the one
presume.
she would rather forget. That's what she said. So I guess the result was probably a hill, short snooker on the black, 5 cushion hit only.
I can remember playing at Magic's tournament at the Mount. There was 5 in a section. Phil Wilkinson was top seed, I was second seed. I'd lost 2 out of my 3. I'd won 1, and I had to play Phil last naturally, him being top and me being second. And I thought, well, I'm gone, I'm not going to qualify. It was best of 3, which I absolutely hate, and I beat him 2-0. And I qualified second below Phil after thinking I wouldn't qualify. Phil went on and won it, and he was being smart. He knew that I was standing, this is after the tournament had finished, he knew that I was standing right behind him, and he was saying to Matt and half a dozen others that were there, he said, "Do you realise I only got beaten by one old dickhead today?" Yeah, and he made sure that I heard him. Yeah,
Here we go, guys. Riley's looking at unders, composing himself. There's the shark wreck, obviously usable by anybody in the chartered New Zealand clubs. It's no different to having your own extension, blah blah, break cue. Common feature in our games. One thing I have seen in the Pro Series in Australia, they were quite prolific on the first year of shark wrecks. Now they've gone to their triangle wreck, which is open at the butt end. They're using those prolifically now. And this, however, is probably the downfall when everybody's asking for those 10 balls to be removed. I think, if you ask my opinion, I think if you utilise a shark rack, when there's X amount of balls in there, you are not to ask for it to be removed until it's cleared so that nothing gets disturbed on removing it. That's what I think. If you utilise it and there's 3, 4 balls, say 4 or 5 balls in there, you wait until you're down to maybe a minimum of 2.
Yeah, well, I commented on them today, only briefly, a tournament down the South Island that I was watching. I think it was the black ball tournament, and Des Wilcox was playing the black over the sharp rack.
Yep.
And I don't. There may have been one ball on the edge of it, but I don't think there was. And he played over it. He missed a very simple black to the centre, and I thought, you know,
They do roll off.
well, I don't know whether it rolled off or not, but it probably put him off more than rolled off.
And he had that right to ask for it to be removed. If you played a shot with it on there, you know, obviously if he was on the black, his balls were all removed. Can't tell me that they were all trapped in there, so for those that continue with their shot, then there is a chance.
What do you think about them?
I love them.
You love them?
I absolutely love them.
I've never used one in my life. And
You stick to that. I don't want you. I don't want your game rocketing from there, because the reality is they keep the pack tight. It's a consistent pack every time.
And you get a good spread every time.
Well, you still got to cue well, timing, all of that, but I can guarantee you go out there and rack 10 times and I take a photo each time, 9 of those won't be touching. You know what I'm saying?
The worst part of my game, and there's plenty of worst parts about it, my worst part is my break.
I thought you were going to say
the other day I played Blake, how long ago? I don't know, and we played race to something, 11 I think it was. No, it was more than that. I think he beat me 14-11, so that's 25 frames, so I would have broken at least 12 of them. I never had a second shot off any break, in other words. And
dry break.
Most of them are dry, apart from 3, where I got 2, I got the white only, and another one I got 2 or 3 little ones and the white.
No,
And so I'm on the back foot for all of those frames that I broke. I've already given him one hell of an advantage.
That's right.
And that's why he beat me 14-11 or whatever it was.
Stick to what you're doing, because, so I'll give you an example, right? So we play online, we play rack and run. The world record was achieved last week. The guy that broke 50 racks, he cleared 42 of them. He uses a shark rack, and we figured it out through another prominent player that the cloth he had was napless cloth.
Oh, yeah. Is that the grey one? Is that grey?
That's a 9? No, that's the Haynes with match cloth. Fine match cloth.
I know nothing about
so
it.
the matchless, so the napless cloth is what they use, predator cloth in 9-ball and that on the 9-footers, 7-footers, etc.
What's Riley going to do here? Is he going to try and move that 5?
Oh, Riley's going to do all sorts of TV shots here, bro. 1, 2, 3, off the side, off the bottom, and around and kick. And that's why you don't do those shots, because...
Well, yeah, but it's pretty easy. It's only one rail to get out of it. And he'll sit right on the 5 and make him play the 11 up the top, surely. If he hits the 5 dead centre, he hasn't got a problem.
Well, I think the 5's going to go down to the... go into the...
About like that.
Jeez, that's a clever shot, eh?
No, that was the shot, I thought. You give him a long shot in the 11 and... yeah. But, I find that when I played the last 2 days pairs, I never broke once in the last 2 days. Tyler O'Leary, my partner, broke every time.
Yeah, just answering that. Yeah. So, if you have a referee, you have the right to ask him, but I'm talking about you must have a minimum amount of balls before you ask to remove it, because we all know what happened in the Nationals last year. Bree Healy playing BJ. It all started from removing the shark rack, and that just turned into a almighty, we won't even go there. So all I'm saying, and that actually, I think they had 2 balls in there, the white ball, the black, and maybe 3.
Yeah, well, I felt sorry for everyone in that.
Well, that's right. That's right.
There was a genuine mistake where the
Where the ref made
referee
a mistake, that's right. But I mean, it's something
he
that
moved two balls, I think. I could be
eventually
wrong
he
on
did.
this,
Yeah,
but he
he
moved
did.
two
He
balls,
did.
and then he picked up the wrong one to put it back.
Yeah, that's right. He picked
There was a
the black
mistake.
up, whereas it should have been the white respotted.
And I can understand him doing
Hey,
that.
we're all human. I see you make
Yeah.
mistakes all the time.
Did I?
Well, I've seen it.
Oh, I thought you were talking about my parents.
Here we go. Riley to take
Yeah,
a
this-
3-love and Peter Madsen.
This is the shot I was
Away.
talking about early on today, where I hit it straight in the stomach for the left-hand corner, and I missed it. It goes in the right-hand centre
Yeah.
at 100 miles an hour.
Yeah, there you go. Only you would do that.
And he slow rolls it. And
So
mucks
they
it.
call that shot the Bankers double, and what's the other one?
I
Something
didn't-
knee cock, something like that.
Oh.
Cock knee lee, what? I don't know. It's some English slang phrase. they
I'd
use.
have had a go there, I really would. And I wouldn't let him put one on the other. I'd have left my white where that black was. He could be in
I
trouble
tell you
now,
what,
Riley.
If
See
he
that?
plays this with confidence,
Yeah.
and he's only rolling them. He only needs the right amount of weight, and
Yeah.
that's excellent for a jaw
Almost.
stop, for a jaw shot.
If he'd have hit it
That's what
harder,
I mean.
she
He
was
was
in.
never going to bang it out, but
Mm.
if he had the right amount of weight, Riley be ruling at that because it'd be 3-1. If Riley was to take the next frame, he's going to take this frame. Put it up, guys.
He might put the
Yeah.
10, put
Just
the
as it's
10 with
going.
the white.
3-love. There you go. Well done, Riley O'Donnell. Expected nothing less of you. Unfortunate, Pete. Nice match. Quick, precise. Oh, look, his father's close by. Here we go. Somebody got a lot to say. Mr. Southwest, the issue is if there is balls in the rack and the white can deviate, if it hits the rack right, and needs to be moved straight away. It's actually been happening here where there's been too many whites in there and they've been told continue with the frame until there's a few more whites, a few more balls taken away. So where your concern is when there is no referee, but in the rules it deems the opponent to be the referee, like maybe re-spotting and all that, but still in the fresh stages of utilising the shark rack more prominently. I think it's a great tool to use. I've seen better splits with them than without, but of course the disadvantages are exactly what you're saying. I have seen balls deviate. I've played with them on the table and the white's gone 1 mil one way, whereas if it wasn't there it would have been okay. So yeah,
The guy there at the moment cleaning the table, that's
there's
Patrick.
2 guys there.
Yeah,
Patrick's on
well,
the right.
I've already told them who the other one is. If you were here half an hour ago, you'd have heard it.
That's old Don
But-
Juan.
But the one on the right, before I was rudely interrupted, is Riley's father that just played on the table, Patrick O'Donnell. And he's encouraged his son all the way, and Riley's turned out pretty bloody good. And a lot of these parents have done a lot with their children over the years.
Thank you.
What are you up to?
Yeah, so that's the end of that one, guys. 3-love to Riley. Waiting for the new bunch to come on board, and it is. It is. We've got new ones on board.
On God.
How do you type in? I'll turn it off.
I'm not watching.
liquor at the super liquor shop. Table 10 to my right. For your last game. Woo-hoo. Next available, Donna Archer and Brendan Shaw from section 13 for your last game. From Metro, Donna Archer from New Plymouth, Brendan Shaw, please. You're going to the front New Zealand sponsor tape for your last game. Brendan Shaw. Let's do it. Go buy some super liquor. Next available, by section 14, Patricia Rowley, Tyler O'Leary. Standing by will be Andrew Watt and Jack Biggs. Sitting by the ladies, Jennifer McLean and Ray Smith. That's all of section 14. Stand by me, please, for your last game. Section 14, you should be by me, and Ray is looking for New Plymouth, Tyler O'Leary, and Old Taki's first Roiti. Your table is ready. Table 6 welcomes you, United Gaming Limited sponsored tape. Thank you. I see you too, Jack. Good boy. Next available is for Jack Biggs and Andrew Watt. Where's Andrew? Wait, Tristan. I won't remember what I sent you otherwise.
Good evening to all our viewers. Patrick O'Donnell here, just joined the commentary box. Take a little load off my feet. Watch this game. Brad Cameron from the Plymouth Club, Paul McIntyre from the Vim. Race 3, this will be probably the last game I would imagine of the section play. A lot of other last games waiting to go out for the night.
There's a reef.
74 viewers tuned in at the moment from around the country. I hope you're enjoying the coverage here. Great last couple of days in the Piers. Brilliant final last night between Baden and Simon, narrowly beating Brent Wells and Blake. 6-5 and an absolute thriller there. Singles is shaping up really nicely as well. We're in our third and final session here, so sorry, our second session of the day, third and final session tomorrow morning. The plate games will go on tomorrow afternoon and evening, and the main event will be on Sunday all the way through. Looking forward to see who gets crowned North Island champion for the 2023. Brad Cameron here on the small balls, just looking to run this 3 down the rail. In or over, not quite. Left a bit of a gap here, so Paul McIntyre will come to the table. Bit of work to do, but all his balls out in the open, so dare I say he'll take the first one and look to pot a few balls here. That's alright. Little plant here. Don't want to play this too hard, leave the 11 over the pocket as well. He's done that well. Doesn't have the 11 now, but he can run this 15 down the rail. Come back for the 11. If anyone interested in the results so far, the morning session has been posted up on your Plymouth Club 8-ball Facebook page. Evening session will be up following the conclusion of this session. Nice shot from Brad there. Get rid of this one and come back down the table. Bit of work to do. The 6 doesn't pass the 14 into that corner pocket, so we'll try and get on the 7 player plant. But what do I know? Just walking around the table looking at this 3. Just drop it in and clear the 14. Just wants to clip this 14 on the way through. He's done that well, but hasn't left himself an easy shot here. So he's got the back double on the 7. Can cut that 6 up the rail, but difficult shot. So yeah, looking at this double. Plays that well. Played it firm enough so that the cube will come back out and leave himself a bit of an angle to put the 6 in the same pocket. Might come back over the other side of the table for the black in the same pocket. So yeah, misses the pot, but he's blocked the 14 off. So pulled to the table now, and yeah, just looking at that problem that Brad's just created for him. Got 3 workers there, so he can use those 3 balls to try and do something with that 14. Or he's going to play it now, is he? Try and face double this across onto the 9. And yeah, could have sold the farm there, I think. I think Brad will try and get on this 8 either down the rail or into that side pocket here. Plays it well with a little bit of right hand side. So just drop this into the side pocket and take a 1-0 lead. And does that well. Quick look out over the auditorium, you can see that all tables are full here, so game's waiting to go on. I believe we're playing about 15 sections a session. So yeah, 90 odd players in the session, and like I say, we've been going since about 2 p.m. So making reasonably good time. Yeah, fair break there, but hasn't really left Brad much. Obviously this passes to the 11, so have a go at the big ones. And get that in, then he's well set, but misses the pot. So yeah, she's looking like a little bit of a mess at the moment. This could be a little bit of a tactical frame coming up here. Those balls on that side rail set up. Bit of a nasty formation there. Paul chooses to take the little one that was over the pocket. Establishes the set, but yeah, not much on here. I'm not quite sure if this can get to the 7 here. We want to play the 7 in behind the 13 and hopefully open up the table. Elects to go for the 3. Does open up that pocket, but misses the pot, which brings Brad back to the table. A lot of work to do here, obviously. The 12 and the 11 on that left-hand rail as we look at it. So needs to do something with those, but just take his time. Put some balls in it to open up the frame that way. Just plays it down nicely for the 13 down the rail. In or over here. Some of these shots down the rail, if you don't play it exact, it's popping out a little bit, which is what it's done there, and he's opened up that pocket, I think, for the 3. I think he is. Not really looking at it, he's just having a look now. And yeah, just drops it an order. Would have wanted to play that one a little bit harder to get down the table, but makes the pot, and he's got a look at the 7. Same thing for both players here. It's just who can open up the balls on the left-hand rail and get into this frame. Just rolls that over the pocket. Can possibly use that to break open the 5 and the 6 at some stage. He's given Brad this 12. Brad's going to take on this double, is he? Wow, does that really well. Actually played it into the 6 so that it'll pop out and gets the 11 out at the same time. That's a good shot. Good shot, but misses the pot. Turns the table back over to Paul now, and I think Paul's balls are all on here. So Once again, just look at the table and just pop. Easier said than done though, eh? Who have we got on here, guys? Send us through your picks for the title. A little bit nervy, these two players.
Hey, Kevin.
Yep, been a long day for everyone, and also on the TV table. Brad missing that, and I believe he's given Paul a free ball here, so Paul just looking at Brad's 11, and take this and come down for his balls down the rail. Jeez, he's alright, he's alright. We'll go straight into the 2. Plays that through well. So you can navigate his way through this. The 4 looks like it passes to that side pocket. Might even want to try and screw this up into the 9, which it was heading that way. He needed to play a little bit more bottom there, and also it would have been nice to make the pot, obviously. Once again, not leaving Brad perfect, but definitely a couple of options for him here. You can look at that 9 down the other end of the table. Probably the best shot. We could do something with that 10, but I like leaving that 10 there. You can get back down for it. He can put that in behind Paul's 6 and 7. No, might try and play this now. That opens things up a little bit. Brad, a very accomplished player, very good snooker player. I wouldn't want to be leaving Brad too many balls in the open like he's got at the moment. So, Paul at the table though, got that good starter. Just needs to take his time here. I'd be looking at this 4. Looking at this 4 into the side pocket. I think it does pass the 14, so he doesn't need to play it. He's elected for the 7. Drop this back, drop this over, and come back over the table. Yeah, he's played that well. So he's got the 4 into the side pocket, or long. Maybe play the 4 for the long pocket. Just a little bit of top spin, follow the ball through. For the 5, might have left him a better shot if he'd played my suggestion. But elects to go for the side pocket and leave himself the tougher shot in the 5 to cut down the rail. Play this with a little bit of draw. Back off 2 rails for the black in the side pocket. Looks like he's playing high on the cue ball though. Just tried to drop that and left himself the long black but misses, and I dare say this is danger. Brad's such a good potter and all his balls out in the open here, so let's see if he can mop up these last 4, and oh no! Jeepers creepers, Brad. Won't be happy with himself there.
Next available, Adam Lilly, Lena Bernard. Say goodbye, the lovely girl.
Yeah, John, you don't like the outsiders? I take it you mean one of the big names is the players to pick, and yeah, fair enough. A lot of good players here. Baden Jackson, after winning the Peers, has pulled out of the singles, but Simon got through today, got 3 frames, I think. Whoa, where's the white? No, he's alright. yeah, Simon's still in. Adam Lilly's snuck into the draw. He played this morning as well. Phil Wilkinson, Jimmy Henry, Greg Wells. Lots of the top players from the north and the south. And here, and we'll be playing for that title. Brad just playing reasonably safe there. He's you could look at this and say that there's a double there. I think that black's hard on the rail, so that's going to be hard to double this. I'm not quite sure what Paul's lining up there. Just goes to double kiss it in. Brad can elect to start with the 14. Does have a shot on that 13. Cut it down the end rail, but not a nice shot. Also has the 12 to the corner pocket. Good starter there. So might mop up these three down the bottom. Wow, Wayne really putting the mockers on Brad here. So I might just shut up with my suggestions when Brad's at the table, I think. Paul totally giving away his shot here. He's going long down this close rail, and I think that's really his only option. Plays it well. Brad at the table, and I'm not going to suggest anything here.
Craig and Rachel and Joseph and Brian. That's section 20, standing by me.
And it's worked. Gets the easy pop this time and left himself really nice on the 13, so drop this one in. Might have wanted a tad bit more angle, but there's enough there to play this just a nice way. Don't want to be punching them, not on these corner pockets. Just play this nice natural angle, take your white ball down the table. Just come down quarter of the table, and the decision now there is to whether he plays the 10 onto the 14 or goes direct to the 14. I believe he'll be playing the 10 here. Got to back yourself to make these parts. 14 dead pocket. Just needs to play it nice and does so. So yeah, definitely a scrappy frame there, but Brad, after being given a number of chances, looks to have taken this one out. Just needs to make sure he doesn't follow this object ball in. Plays the rail first, and yep, safe as houses. Two 0 Brad Cameron. Great atmosphere out there on the tables, guys. If anyone hasn't been to New Plymouth Club and seen this auditorium set up, it's really good. Really great atmosphere out there with everyone playing and everyone having a lot of fun, but concentrating hard. Brilliant to see. I actually suggested to our club president that we make this our permanent pool room, but it was a hard no. Yeah, they use it for shows and bands and book it out for weddings and birthdays and other events like that. Doesn't really matter to me. To me, I'm interested in the pool, but in my opinion, doesn't count for much. BC to break. Looks for a ball, gets one in the side pocket. I believe that was the 10 going in there, and that is a really nice break. He's got a good starter on the big ones here. not too much traffic in the way either, so done the right thing, and I was actually just gotten out of the way of the next table there, but gives them a chance to survey the table and try and map it out. I think I'd be wanting to roll this 15 onto the 13, which is what he's looking at, and use the 15 to get back up for his balls in the middle of the table. Don't want that to drop, and it doesn't. So yeah, just a transition here. You can choose to play around the 5 or try and go back in between the black and the 5. I think he might try and go around the 5, hug the rail here, and get back up the other end of the table. Maybe finish with the 9 black. Yeah, that was the danger of trying to go in between the 5 and the black. Bumps into the 5 and he's left himself a bit of a trickier next ball. Just looking at the 11 down the end of the table, I think. Length of the table shots don't phase Brad at all, coming from his snooker background. Puts that in, he would have liked to have come back, I think, there for the 12, but comes up short. He's still got the 14. Just needs to control the cue ball here. Transition, I think he might go 14 for the 9 now. And tried to control that, but missed the pot. Not curtains. Paul hasn't been able to run out too many balls at a time so far, but needs to get going. So all of his balls are out in the open. The 5 might be a little bit tricky. Definitely blocked by the 14. Possibly come into the rail behind it. Just needs to, I think, get his confidence up here and pot a few balls. He's gotten straight on that 6, so he's going to want to play with a little bit of screw here. At least he just stops it for the 3. No, played that well. So he can put the 2 in the same pocket and do the same thing for the 4. Or if he doesn't like that option, he can just again stop it for the 3 here. Looks like he's playing off the, yeah, that was actually probably better than my shot, but missed the pot again. Hasn't actually left Brad on the 14, so Brad just tapping the table there. I don't think Paul's left him that intentionally, but he certainly made it a bit more difficult for Brad than otherwise would have been if he could see that 14. So I think, oh no, Brad is going to play the 14. No, just elects to play a little safety shot there. How's your cueing, Paul? Looks like it is going to be the 3 into the side pocket. I think maybe if he was 2-0 up, he'd be taking that 5 on down the line there. Yeah, just missing a few too many balls at the moment, Paul. Needs to start making those pots if he wants to get back in this match. Brad was lining up the 14 there. Just coming around to check and see if that 9 passes to the side pocket. I'm not sure that it does. Yeah, looks like a little bit of separation there, so just going to stop this for the 9 into the side pocket. No, obviously didn't pass. So tried to break it out, which he does. Missed the pot, but got lucky and it run into the other corner pocket. So Brad now with a chance to finish this match. Not easy though. That 5's in the way of a clean transition, so just needs to cue this nice and make sure that he doesn't snooker himself on the 3 or behind the 5. Just play this a little bit firmer than he otherwise would. And what do I know again? That's why I would have played that one a little bit firmer. Make sure I didn't leave myself that snooker, but he has snookered himself and wasting no time getting down to play off the rail here. Can he put it in the corner pocket? does the right thing, doesn't try and overhit it, just make sure he hits it and gets it over that pocket somewhere. So Paul with another chance, but fast running out of these chances, guys.
You alright there, Joseph? Johnny Pink, which has been quiet again most of this time today. Right, and then just hang fire for a section 22 as I sort the cards out.
Right, so he's missed the pot. Left Brad snookered on his last ball, so Brad will have a free ball here. His option is to take that too and get down for the easy shot on the 12, which I think is what he's going to do. Could have played the black there. Potted that, ran into the 5 and put the black in the middle of the pocket. Let's play the easier pot. Gets down the table. He's probably alright there. He's landed a little bit straighter than he would have liked, but got the shot on the 12 and just puts it over the pocket. Probably picking up on the fact that Paul's not potting too well at the moment, so he's left him another chance. One good pot, Paul, you can get back in this match. Does that well. Sets himself up for the 4. So once again, Paul, take your time. Cue through the ball. Don't need to do anything massive here, just make sure of the pot and be set up for the 3. And once again, just not making those pots. Sounds obvious to say, but you don't make the pots, you don't clear the frames. Brad with a deep screw option here. Going to come off the end rail, no, just a straight deep screw, and yeah, it just surprises me a little bit. Brad plays his side so well. I would have liked him to seen him come off the rail there. Still got the black. Tight cut here and just, oh jeez. Playing with fire there in that middle pocket, guys. And once again, oh, golden opportunity to pinch a frame here. You get one on the board and you never know what can happen, so just again, don't need to do anything crazy here, just drop it in. Yeah, what she does. Natural angle for the 3. Getting down pretty fast on these. Puts that in well. Makes the black. There you go. Now I don't think Brad will be overly happy with that. Would have liked an easier finish there, a quicker finish there, and 3-0 was obviously a better for the scorecard as well. But had his chances, he had plenty of chances in that to finish, and that's what happens when you give players too many goes at the table, right?
Edison, that's your table. Table 8, Harris, Oxford table. Collins got the board. Next available now.
So race to 3, guys. All the section play here is race to 3. Sections are 6, so you get 5 matches, and top 3 from each section go through to the main event. It's also a trophy event, the plate. So those that don't qualify will drop down into that and play off the plate. We see Paul's break. 5 looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah, looks like 15 balls on the table. Also, of course, given away by the fact that Brad is now standing at the table. So Brad with the chance to establish the set. Easy option on the 5 there if he wants it. And looks like that's the option he's going to take. So I think he just wanted to come back a little bit further for the 3 there. Doesn't come back as much as he wanted, and he's left himself a cut.
Still still leaking.
And turns over the table. I think both these players possibly just rushing a little bit on their shots here, running out of position and making the pots a lot harder for themselves. Paul looking at that 13 down the rail, good to get rid of that one early. So in or over here. Yeah, that's okay. So blocked off the one. Brad's one there. I think the 4 will still pass. So Brad can always use that 4 to open up that pocket or open up the 1. I think for just for confidence, it'd be good for Brad to put a few in a row here, but definitely was playing for the 2 there and just overrunning it again. So it'll come down for that 3 ball sitting over this bottom left pocket. Yeah, he walks around, has a look at his balls and a little wry smile there from Brad because he's left himself really nothing yet. Looking at his 2 up the line there, but I'm not quite sure what he's got to do with it. Just electing to get it back down the table. Paul once again coming in and just going straight down with the shot. I'd like him to take a little bit more time to survey the balls. That was obviously going to be the ball that he took first, but it does pay to try and map out the table a little bit before you go down on your shot. But here we go. So he's got the first couple in. He's got a good transition ball here on the 9 to get back down for the 10 next. Makes the pot, leaves himself on the 10 nice. So it looks like the he actually could take the 15 here. If he looks at that 15 ball, I think he'd take that. Because that 15 is going to be a bit tricky to get back on. So yep, makes the 10, leaves himself only 1 ball to take the 14. And I think whether by good strategy or a little bit of luck on the positioning, he's left himself a natural angle to get on this 15 next. So this was me, I'll be taking the 15 definitely here, and it looks like that's what Paul's lining up. And yes, does stand up this time, and I like that. Stands up and just has a bit of a look. Because that 13, while it is close to the pocket, it's down that long rail a little bit, an inch or so, and it doesn't. He's got to be a bit careful with his white ball positioning here. Needs to play this 15 firm, and hopefully, from the looks of it, I think I'll be playing with the top to come back into the 7. Just try and hit the 7 and leave himself the cut on the 13 next. So let's play the 13. So, look, I think this is going to pass the 4 down to that end rail here. So, obviously didn't like the transition from the 15 onto the 13. Drops that 13 in, and he's left himself a long 15, which is not a bad option to be fair. Doesn't take it on. So whether that wasn't there, I'm not too sure. Just taps it and elects to turn the table over, which is a bit dangerous at 2-1 down with Brad on the hill. Tough start for Brad here, but if he can make this 4 in the side pocket, then he's going to be away. And does so. Leave himself a nice angle on the 7 as well. So this will bring the black out. Taking his time here, just to have a quick look at how he wants to split the black out. I think probably just wants to graze off the 15 rather than go full ball into it. Graze the 15 and hopefully the white ball comes back out for the 1. Got to make sure you hit the 15 though. Yeah. The hits are probably a little bit fuller than he would have liked, but he's got a cut there. Yeah, from this angle it's not a nice cut, to be honest. Played a lovely double in the first frame, so could go for that and bring the cue ball back down for the 2, but a miss here and you're leaving your opponent a 2-ball finish, so looks like he's playing the double. Does not get very close with that, and Could be a free ball there, I would say. So if that 15 is going to pass to the corner pocket, Paul could elect to play the 2 here. Play the 2, drop it into the side pocket. Leave yourself a straight 15 into the corner pocket. I think I like that option. Not sure if Paul's seen it yet. Just having a look at it now. So play this 2 into the pocket, side pocket, just pocket weight, and leave himself the long 15. Tough finish though. Of course, when you've got a free ball, you can put your opponent back in. He's going to play the. Is he lining up the black here? Yeah. Yeah, that's a good option too. Yeah, he would have got perfect on it if it had dropped. So yeah, on a free ball, you can play one of your opponent's ball. You can also play the black. Black was probably the better option, to be fair. He's done the right thing there. I should have seen that, but it's been a long day. And this was down New Plymouth Club on a Friday night. A couple of beers for me and Brad. Brad would be finishing this 99 times out of 100. It's not a Friday night at the New Plymouth Club. Well, it is a Friday night at the New Plymouth Club, but it's North Islands. A little bit of pressure, especially when you're playing on the TV table. But Brad has played that well. Taking his time, just looking at that too. Just needs to drop this in, doesn't need to do anything with the cue ball here. Just roll it through. Does it well, sets himself up 3-1 win. There you go, folks. Brad Cameron, 3-1 winner over Paul McIntyre. Not the prettiest of matches there. Both players making hard work of it, but Brad gets there in the end. I think that'll be his last one of the night, and I think that will qualify Brad as well. So.
Go to the far away, dark side, have an adventure to the quiet side, to the venture Taranaki sponsored. Sean Richards, Stephen Matthews, table 4, welcome to.
So we have another look out over the auditorium. Brilliant viewing out there.
Yep, Steve, mate.
Yep, looks like we'll fix the sound.
And next available, Fiona and Luca. So that's your table.
Right, I got too many calls wrong there, so I'm going to pull myself and go for a walk. We'll have another match up on the TV table shortly, and possibly someone a little more onto it in the commentary box. We'll see.
Fiona Kenny, Luca Ward, to the TV table, to the New Plymouth Steel sponsor.